As well, she had Article 61, 8.3 that protects her, the job that she had. But she also said that if it was to decide that they don't want, there's a new mandate, and that those new mandate people don't want her, that she would be prepared for them to justify the mandate. I think the last thing that I spoke to her with was what she feels about the job that she has done, what she thought about it. And she said, well, you know, it's a daunting job, but she was prepared to give it her best shot. And she thought that she did, and if she was given the chance to do it again or some more, that it would kind of help to solidify what she believes was her effort in the Integrity Commission. I think one of the things that we really need to consider, though, as we think of the Integrity Commission, all these other commissions, is how can we make these things independent of all political parties? I think that's an issue. How can we make them so that they are decided by some other party rather than a PUP government or a UDP government? How do we make it so that they really operate independently rather than assumedly politically? So in my conversation with her as an individual who was in the fray, I thought to myself that she had done a good job. And she said that there's a report that we're supposed to have. So in that regard, when I spoke to some other people in my area, they agreed with me that let's give her the chance to continue what she started and see where that goes. Bearing in mind my last comment that I talked about, those committees, those bodies being independent of government interference, no? So in light of that, I close off by saying that we support Ms. Arzu Torres in the position that she has been asked to serve in. That's my comment, Mr. President.
Senator Zabini.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll make my comments will be brief because previous colleagues have covered some of the areas I wanted to talk about. But I guess I wanted to underline, Mr. President, the importance of funding the office of the Commission, which is one of the biggest constraints that they face at this time. I believe the public might not be aware, and I hope it's not a secret, that the office, the Secretariat's office, is in one room right here in this building. If I am pointing geographically correctly, it's right behind this wall. And it's a tiny room. And it's grossly understaffed. It's been so for so long. And I think that as we look at attracting the best people there, who, in the case of the committee itself, are volunteers, and then in the case of the staff, we would want to provide them with the necessary wherewithal to be able to do their job properly. When I went up there to take my documents, I was astonished that there are only really like 3 persons there supporting the committee. And like Senator Salas read earlier, the Act requires a number of other positions that are not and may not have ever been supplied to the Secretariat. And I just want to read them again because I think it's important. An Executive Director, an Administrative Secretary, a Senior Accounts Clerk, an in-house legal advisor, a Special Forensic Investigator who is highly skilled and experienced in to conduct investigations relating to financial crimes, and any other personnel reasonably necessary to to carry out the functions of the commission. And so I think it's critically important. Yes, we're in this COVID situation right now, but thinking medium and long term, I believe we certainly cannot improve our democracy, do the things that the people of Belize are demanding if we don't prioritize expenditures in these areas. And it is a small unit, so we're not talking about millions and millions of dollars that would be needed there. But clearly, what is needed has not been provided. And I think we need to take a serious consideration of that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Zaraka.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I must confess that I was amazed at the amount of feedback that I got from members and executives of both the organizations that I represent and that sent me to this honorable house. Never before have I received so much feedback on appointments that we've made. And I wholeheartedly endorse and thank my colleagues and associate myself with the comments that they made. All of you, thank you for your contributions. Well said. The organizations that I represent perhaps have developed a low tolerance for our institutions that do not come across as being independent, either because of the perceived political appointments, or because these institutions are deliberately undermined, under-resourced, so that they are not, in fact, independent and able to fulfill their mandate. We have in this country a lot of lip service towards oversight. We readily say, oh, but we have the Office of the Comptroller General, the Office of the Ombudsman, the Office of the Integrity Commission, this office and that office and the other office, the Public Accounts Committee, and all of them. For the most part, there is this strong perception, this strong disappointment that they're not allowed to function because they're not truly independent. And they need to be. They need to be. It is unfortunate that I'm just learning today that there is, in fact, a report. Because if I'm allowed to quote, Mr. President, directly, it says, we're not in support of the reappointment unless performance review can be provided. If in fact, this person has made inroads, and if in fact there were genuine attempts to improve the functions of that office, and I'll make some comments in a little while about the effectiveness and the functioning of that office, then we should have been privy to those reports. We should have heard from the belly of the beast why it is that we are not seeing what we think we should be getting from that important institution of oversight. The advice I got was that this reappointment should have been based on proof of works done. Not just saying, but proof. Show us. And I think a report would have highlighted those. It is the advice of the Council that Ms. Arzu should be able to demonstrate that indeed the functions of the Integrity Commission have been adequately executed under her watch before her reappointment. And I don't think this is an unfair request. I think we have in this honorable House not reappointed somebody before because of the failure to report. You have to answer, man. Especially if you want to be reappointed again. And again, I don't know the circumstances, and I won't blame COVID because we've met in this Honorable Senate before during COVID, and if the report is there, it should have been presented. Right? And it is unfair to the chair, to this person that we're about to appoint, if she in fact submitted a report and we do not have it. It's an injustice to her. The only thing that I have to judge the performance of that unit of the Integrity Commission on is what we in fact were presented to in our budget. And if we go to our program performance information as provided to us in the budget, the most recent budget, we will see that under achievements for 2019-2020, and I remind everybody that this report is up until March 2020. It says here, and I quote, "No degree of achievement was given by this office for 2019-2020. Therefore, key strategies and activities indicated for the previous year will be reattempted for the coming year." I think that is self-explanatory, no? And it lists key program strategies and activities for this year, 2021. And these, I suspect, are a repeat of what was intended for 2019-2020 but was not achieved. Because it said no degree of achievement was given by this office. And it said that the Integrity Commission will continue to review declarations for period 2016 to the current with assistance of the newly installed administrative assistant. Now, Mr. President, we are on record before of having objected to this position because the law is very clear, at least in our view, where it says you should declare to the Integrity Commission, you should make a filing on your income and on your financial, you should provide a financial statement for the year prior to your coming into public office, which I had to do for the year 2011. You should declare every year that you're in office, and you should declare for the year after you leave office, so that people know what your assets were before you came into political office and what your assets are up until the year after you leave political office. As my colleague has said, there's a requirement on the law that these filings should be posted in the Gazette. I have seen, and I get all the gazettes, and I believe I read most of them. I have seen very few. In fact, the very report states that the number of declarations published are only 24. To be honest with you, I don't think I've seen 24, but I'll take them for their word. I've only seen my declarations published once for the year 2016, I believe. And I've been filing since 2011. And I file every year. So that to me is something serious, because we've seen too many people go from rags to riches when they're in public office, man, with no justification. We know that the salary scale not that high for explain the physical display of wealth. And we know, we've heard, we've seen how these individuals have gone from one financial strata to another. Become landlords, they own huge buildings, many buildings of the same color, etc., etc., etc. Come into political life with nothing. And we know what their salaries are because their salary is published in this book. The Integrity Commission also reported that they intend to work with the prosecutions by the DPP and the police, pending for period 2016 for those persons in public life who have failed to comply with the legislation. Well, I don't hear about nobody going to jail or get charged or anything, no? So, I don't know. Maybe they'll do that this year. And they plan to do other things like publish on the website filings. They plan to have more PRs sessions. They plan to engage more with public and key stakeholders, all good things, so that they can enhance the trust and confidence in public authorities within Belize, something that is desperately needed and lacking right now. And they promise to begin enhancing their capacity to deal with misconduct of people in public office. Noble endeavors. But again, the question is, can they do this? Can they hire the people that they need? Can they hire those people that they need to hire as per law for $250,000 a year? The answer is no. We have spoken about that in this house before. You are setting these people up to fail. You only give it lip service. You're not serious. That is not a priority. It's never been a priority. Can you not follow the law from the get-go? The law says you're supposed to check them the year before they get into office and up until the year after they leave. Who you arbitrarily decide that you only have to start to check from 2016? Because that is when you could find people, that was the excuse, that are willing to serve on the committee. No, man. I'm going to talk about how you find people, and there are examples I will give of other constituencies or other countries that they go to retired people in the public service, people with a lot of experience. Right? You can find these people to serve. There are many people of integrity. And as a matter of fact, my organizations provided names, but I don't think I will call those names. But I was amazed at the level of thought and the level of advice that came on this matter. A lot of names. Independent attorneys, people with good character that have retired, to serve not only in this office, but the following one we'll talk about. And then the most damning bit of information that I have for this office is here in the very report, in the very budget. While we have sent out 400 in the year 2019-2020, 475 declaration request forms were sent out, right? So imagine you have 475 people that have to file. Only 135 were received. And the year before, only 140 were received. So actually you get 5 less. 5 less people replied. And the year before that you had 123. And the year before that you had 134. And you sent out 400 and nearly 500. So, how come this is allowed to happen? Now you understand. It's self-revealing that you only publish 24. The small amount that you publish. Because you just know they get answers. And nothing is being done. Or you don't hear about anything being done. We don't have a report, no? Say, there's no report here on number of persons prosecuted for non-filing, or number of cases sent over to the DPP for prosecution because they don't file on time or they don't file. As a matter of fact, this is saying, we don't talk about late filing. We talk about just no file, people just no file. And then, in the budget for this coming fiscal year now, they said they have sent out 600 forms. So they're increasing now the amount of people that have to declare. But they're only expecting to get 150 back. That is what they budget for. A few more than have been filing. So the very office is telling you, I have low expectations that those people that should declare their finances are going to. And if you look at it, pardon?
Just a matter of correction to the comment that was made by the senator. In the conversation that we had, there was also the comment that
No, Senator, you want to make a point of order?
a clarity, then I was making a clarity. I was making a clarity to a comment that the senator had made.
You couldn't just do, you cannot just make a comment in relation to what the senator is saying.
Okay.
You wanted to make a point of order?
So, Mr. President, what is concerning to me is that
I will say though, Senator, remember the motion is the appointment. And I'm following you in terms of your comments.
Yeah.
You're relating it to an assessment of the person. But
well,
guided by the-
Mr. President, with the greatest of respect, if we're going to reappoint this person, we want to ensure that this person has the vision. We're not questioning the capacity, we're questioning the vision. We're questioning the resources, we're questioning everything that this person, or this office, under the leadership of this person, promises to achieve. So in their very own projections, Mr. President, while they say for 2020-21 they're going to send out 600 declaration forms for people to fill in, for next year it's down to 440. I don't understand that. You would think that she would be recommending more. And next year we check 800 or 1,000, no less. And then while they estimate that they'll get back 151 declarations this year, next year they already proposed to get back 142. So, this report, I suspect, had input from her. It had to have. She's the head of that section. It should have had input from her so that we know what direction this thing is going in, so that we know what the plans are for the Integrity Commission, which she is going to be steering and which now she's seeking reappointment for. And it may very well be that she's overwhelmed. She's an intelligent person. I'm sure she's a qualified attorney. But she doesn't have the staff. I'll say the same thing I said to my friend, the Contractor General, when he received this appointment. I said, they're setting you up to fail. They're setting you up to fail. Or willingly, you're accepting that you're going to fail. And this is where the call for total independence comes from. Because we don't want people to accept these appointments knowing that they are in a position where they're going to fail. Then you don't accept it. In that case, you don't accept it. Right? So, Mr. President, unfortunately, We have not seen her report, and we have no basis on which to really evaluate her performance other than what I already quoted from in the budget. And perhaps it's unfortunate, but we cannot support her reappointment. Thank you.
Senator Shaban.
May just some very brief comments, please. Mr. President, when I looked at this nomination and this motion, I had to go back and remind myself what the chairperson or this commission is charged with doing. And undoubtedly, Mr. President, they have an important role to play in the democracy of this country. And I say that, Mr. President, because they are charged, or this commission led by the chairlady in this case, or the proposed chairlady, is charged with preventing corruption in public life. She's not the chairlady, she's the chairman. Thank you very much. The chairman. And so, Mr. President, they are charged with the prevention of corruption in public life. And as my colleagues have mentioned, we see that there are deficiencies in staffing. We see that there's perhaps deficiency in the independence of this office. But I think, Mr. President, it is important to underscore that whoever we appoint to this position must be a person of courage. This commission has very wide powers, Mr. President. This commission under law can investigate offenses or perceived offenses against this act without the assistance of the police. They have the power to summons witnesses. They have the power to even appoint special investigators if the need may be. And so, Mr. President, I look very briefly at what are some of the acts of corruption over which this commission has jurisdiction, if you may. And they include, and I'll be very brief, Mr. President, with your permission. They include a person, it says a person commits, and I'm referring to the Prevention of Corruption Act, Mr. President, and it says that a person commits an act of corruption if he, in the performance of his public function, does any act or omits to do any act for the purpose of obtaining any illicit benefit for himself or any other person. If he fraudulently uses or conceals any property or other benefits derived from any such act or omission to act. And it goes on and on. And there are about 15 offenses that are enumerated in this act, Mr. President. And in this time, especially now, when throughout this country, the allegations of corruption are so rampant, this person, Mr. President, plays an important role in holding firm, in making sure that they do all that they can do to prevent corruption in public life. And so, Mr. President, it is not just to appoint for the sake of appointment, because this law and these regulations are only as good as the person who is willing to stand up and to enforce them, Mr. President. And so, in this appointment, that is the type of person we are looking for. A person who is independent of political influence and a person of courage, Mr. President. Thank you very much.
I just want to make a comment on the point of order that I had asked.
You want to?
35B in the standing order.
You want to?
Because I think I needed to say this, Mr. President.
Sir, 1 second. You're saying 35B?
B.
Because in terms of Senator Lizarraga has already spoken.
So can I just say what I want to say on my own?
You could not speak. You could not speak again on a matter.
This is an addition to what I had said.
There would be no.
No?
There would be no.
It's not allowed. I just want to clarify.
You're saying that he misquoted you?
No. I was referring to, I'm not referring to him. I'm just saying something that I omitted when I was speaking.
You could not say. You could not get a second. If you wanted to say something that you omitted to make in your presentation,
yes,
you could not speak again.
Can't speak again.
You could not.
All right.
Senator Bennett.
Morning, colleagues. Morning, Mr. President. Thank you. My comments too will be short because I am so respectful and I support what has been presented by all senators thus far, with exception. At times when we speak on positions such as the Integrity Commission, and when we speak to the Office of the Ombudsman, and when we speak to the Auditor General's office, and when we speak to the Office of the Contractor General, all I've ever had so far and been hearing as a senator new to the House is the fact that we need the reports so that we can really and truly qualify and quantify what they have done for the Belizean people. And I would like to always bring it back to the vendor who is sitting at the canal side or to that conductor who is sitting on the bus right now so that they can understand the importance of these offices. We have had the situation where the Ombudsman office had submitted a report, questionable in some respect because I've managed to reach through a bit of it. Some offices, we reappoint certain people, the Contractor General, different persons, and their reports are still outstanding. The Auditor General reports comes in, but we question a lot of what has been there because it seems as though the Belizean people have always been jilted over the past 12 years. My experience with the Integrity Commission, and I will make this point and then I'll like to make recommendation moving forward. The Integrity Commission, I arrive here as a senator and I'm told I need to do certain things, etc. But the basic thing, even though there is a vision or even though there is projection in the budget, a simple thing such as an email, an official email does not exist. And some people may say, well, Senator Bennett, why would you bring that up? But I am thinking the importance of this meeting simply means that there needs to be structure, official structure in communication. So anybody out there who wants to communicate with the Integrity Commission for Belize would know that there's an official medium to be able to communicate with whoever they need to in that office. A simple example, integritybze@yahoo.com. I found that to be very informal. I found that to be so disrespectful for that office, as a matter of fact. And I'm thinking, if you're saying that you have projections, then the simplest of foundation should have been laid. Integrity Commission bze@gmail.com. I think that is pathetic. It's pathetic to represent that office. Let me finish, Mr. President, please. So moving forward, my recommendation as we think about the persons moving into that office, we really need to start to harness what our Caribbean brothers and sisters are doing. We are lacking staff. However, we definitely need an investigation branch in that department. We definitely need a corruption prevention division in that office. And we definitely need an administrative commission in that office so that when those three units are placed together in that Integrity Commission unit unit, we would find that the work that needs to be done can be done so that the Belizean people are not jilted. We need to know that persons who are running office have integrity, and this office needs to be able to do that. Those are my comments.
Senator Smith.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to make a few comments on this motion before us. Let me start by saying that I support the comments of my colleagues who spoke earlier. And from the position of the unions, knowing that the matter of the Integrity Commission was a matter that we took on as unions, I think because we realize the importance of what this unit or department should be doing is one that is very dear to us. And in looking at the work of the Integrity Commission, we have said before and we will say again that that commission is really and truly not properly staffed. And so, yes, we can sit and say that there's so much things that need to be done. I have to commend the staff. There's a staff of 3, and my interactions with them have been quite professional, and they have tried their very best to do their work as a staff of 3. However, if it is that that commission is properly staffed, then we believe that they will be able to do much more of the work that they should be doing as opposed to what they are doing now. So we want to join our colleagues in reminding that this commission needs to be properly staffed. It needs to have proper resources for it to function properly. You can't not give me the tools that I need and expect me to perform at 100%. So, and then the final matter that we are concerned about is the matter of reports from the Integrity Commission. It is very important because we need to know what is happening. When we have these persons, we are using public funds to pay these persons, to provide stipend to them, whatever it is that they get as benefits as commissioners of the Integrity Commission. And if it is that we are not able to get these reports from them, then, as my colleague said earlier, we are not able to properly assess what they have done. And not being able to do so might make us make unfair judgments on them. And really, that is not fair for them. And so I just want to reiterate a properly staffed commission with much needed resources, and we must have reports coming out of them. Thank you, Mr. President.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
I move the question.
Honorable members, that motion is referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration, and report. I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Appointment of Mr. Esteban Pereira as Chairman of the Elections and Boundaries Commission, motion of 2020. Mr. President, I move that whereas Section 88(1) of the Belize Constitution provides that there shall be an Election and Boundaries Commission, which shall consist of a chairman and 4 other members who shall be persons of integrity and high national standing. And whereas subsection 2 of the said Section 88 further provides that the chairman and 2 other members of the Election and Boundaries Commission shall be appointed by the Governor General acting in accordance with the advice of the Prime Minister, given after consultation with the Leader of the Opposition, and the remaining 2 members shall be appointed by the Governor General acting in accordance with the advice of the Prime Minister, given with the concurrence of the Leader of the Opposition, provided that in the process of consultation with the Leader of the Opposition for the appointment of a chairman, the Prime Minister shall use his best endeavors to secure the agreement of the Leader of the Opposition. And whereas it is further provided by subsection 4 of the said Section 88, that if any member of the Commission dies or resigns, the Governor General shall appoint another person in his place in the same manner in which such member was appointed. And whereas Mr. Douglas Singh, who was appointed as Chairman of the Election and Boundaries Commission for a period of 5 years on the 1st of January 2016, has resigned. And whereas the Prime Minister, after due consultation with and having used his best endeavors to secure the agreement of the Leader of the Opposition, intends to advise the Governor General that Mr. Esteban Pereira be appointed as the chairman of the Elections and Boundaries Commission for a period of 5 years with effect from the 8th of July of 2020. And whereas Section 6182, subsection C and Section 6183 of the Belize Constitution provides that a member of the Elections and Boundaries Commission can only be validly appointed with the prior approval of the Senate, signified through a resolution supported by a simple majority of its members. Now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable Senate, being satisfied that Mr. Esteban Pereira is a person of integrity and high national standing, approves his appointment as chairman of the Election and Boundaries Commission for a period of 5 years, with effect from the 8th of July 2020, in accordance with the aforesaid provisions of the Belize Constitution.
Senator Smith.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, I rise to make my contributions. The chairman of the Elections and Boundaries Commission, as any other chairperson that we've heard of on these commissions, play a very key role, a very critical role. But in this instance, Mr. Chair, we feel that because this position or this person is going to be the chair of a ministry, a department, if I should, he is the chair of the commission, not the Elections and Boundaries Department. Right. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that he is the chair of the department. I'm saying he's the chair of the commission. But because this, for us, this seat or this post is very critical. We have been hearing so many things with regards to what happens around this time. And when I say this time, I'm referring to nearing an election. We've heard so many complaints, that has been happening. And I am not saying that the chair of the commission is responsible for what happens in the day-to-day affairs at that department. But because of all the complaints that we've been hearing, we think that it is very important that this chairperson of this commission be a person who is very independent, or as independent as we can get. Because persons will say to you that nobody is going to be very or so independent. But as independent a person that we can get from political parties. That is the concern that we have, that we believe that there should be an independent person selected to serve as chair of this commission. And we feel that this has not always been the case, and there are times when mischief occurs, because those persons are not independent enough to serve on these bodies. And so, for us, Mr. President, we don't feel that at this time, Mr. Pereira is the right person to be the chair of this commission, because we don't see him as being independent enough. And for that reason, then we would not support the appointment of Mr. Pereira as chair of the Elections and Boundaries Commission. Thank you.
Senator Zabini.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, if there is one position that requires independence, it's certainly this one. And if we looked at our highest document, the Constitution of Belize, it is there that we find what is in the law with respect to the Election and Boundaries Commission. And I will read, with your permission.
Yes, sir.
We have section 88, subsection 14, that says that in the exercise of its functions, the Commission shall not be subject to the direction or control of any other person or authority and shall, subject to the provisions of this Constitution, act in accordance with the Representation of the People Act or any other law, rule, or regulation relating to elections. A recent setting that we've been seeing in elections and boundaries offices in the country just a couple of weeks ago, within the last 2 weeks, is where persons transferring from one division into another, it should be public knowledge where they're transferring from. For transparency and accountability, it is important for us to know how people are flowing, moving from one area to the next, so as to be certain that there are no shenanigans being played, games being played, to move people from one division to another to give any one candidate or party an unfair advantage. Well, this was not being declared. This information was not being declared, and we had to make a special request for that to be declared. The person, and I could tell you, the person in my division's office had said, I need to get the directive from the top to start giving you that information. So, Mr. President, that's just one example of the kinds of things that can occur, and why it is that when we choose a chairman for this very important post, that it is done as transparently as possible, that in fact we could get the inputs of the social partners in that decision to be able to make sure that that person is not affiliated, is not associated, is not a member of or a strong supporter of any one of the political parties. Because when that occurs, then we could end up with a situation where our people become disenfranchised for this very sacred right that they have to vote, to decide who they want to lead them. So I want to echo Senator Smith's comments that we don't feel that we have had the right process, or maybe we could say that it fits the tight legal definition, but I don't know if really the process leads to confidence across the country of Belize that we are actually getting somebody that we know for sure is not aligned with one party or the other. This is critical, Mr. President, and so we find there is great difficulty with us supporting this request. Like the previous request that was just made, we here in the Senate get this information. It's a broken record. At the very last minute, we don't get a chance to do our research and to ask the questions that need to be asked and get the answers that will satisfy us, right? So I want us to make that point today, Mr. President, that if we continue to do things this way, we will not be strengthening our democracy by doing that. Right here in this very house, using this approach is not helping. It's not helping us to do what needs to be done and to give our people the confidence out there. I will stop at that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Salas.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. I want to look at this from two different standpoints. One is in relation to the person who is being proposed
to be appointed as chairman. I have known Mr. Pereira for a number of years, known of him more years than that, known many in his family for many more years. And I had the opportunity to speak with him at length in relation to this proposed appointment. I have no issue with the person. Mr. Pereira is a fine gentleman. I don't have any reason to question his integrity. I think his work speaks for itself, even though he has served as a temporary senator for the UDP on a number of occasions. I think he's of a strong enough character to speak his mind and speak for himself. But this is larger than Mr. Pereira, larger than any of the current commissioners, larger than the PUP, larger than the UDP. This is about our electoral system. Something that we must treasure and always work towards strengthening and fine-tuning. In effect, we have two electoral management bodies in Belize, and it should not be that way. We should have one strong, independent, well-resourced electoral management body, a commission, not the shell of which is what we have right now. The Election and Boundaries Commission is a shell, save for Section 90, which gives it a very important function, and I'll refer to that in a little while. Some years ago in this very chamber, I spoke about my experience in Jamaica when we visited and met with the Jamaican Electoral Commission. We had the opportunity to meet with the chairman and several of the commissioners. And Jamaica is in a more mature position than we are. They've been an independent nation longer than us. They've had the opportunity to try and correct their errors. And we shouldn't have to repeat those very same errors. I was very impressed with the way they run their electoral system there. And how highly respected the commissioner, the chairman, and the commissioners are. That is what we must work towards here in Belize. Now, the way the commission is composed, each of the two major parties gets to, for all intents and purposes, appoint two commissioners. Now, the chairman. How the chairman is appointed is laid out in Section 88 of the Constitution. With your permission, Mr. President, I want to quickly read that section. The chairman and two other members of the Election and Boundaries Commission shall be appointed by the Governor General, acting in accordance with the advice of the Prime Minister given after consultation with the Leader of the Opposition. And the two remaining members shall be appointed by the Governor General, acting in accordance with the advice of the Prime Minister given with the concurrence of the Leader of the Opposition, provided that in the process of consultation with the Leader of the Opposition for the appointment of the chairman, the Prime Minister shall use his best endeavors to secure the agreement of the Leader of the Opposition. Now, the letter of the law and the spirit of the law are two things. In terms of the letter of the law, I don't think the Prime Minister can be faulted with, I understand a letter has been sent to the Leader of the Opposition, as has been the practice all along. And I guess you can say that is consultation, by informing. But now, using his best endeavors, I guess the argument can be made that that was his best endeavor, but the spirit of that, to me, the spirit of what is intended here is that even though it's not stated specifically, and even though the concurrence of the Leader of the Opposition is not required, the spirit of what I just read is that there should be agreement of both. And that essentially would mean that it would need to be someone independent in terms of political affiliation. And And please, I know everybody votes one way or the other, but there are sufficient people that I would put in the that I would characterize as independent when it comes to political affiliation in this country. More and more every year, there are more of those. So I am not convinced, Mr. President, that there are best endeavors to get someone who we can consider independent politically speaking. This has nothing to do with the person, with Mr. Pereira, and I want to emphasize that. Nothing at all with the person. Now, the same section that my colleague read, section 88, subsection 14 of the Constitution, in effect empowers the Election and Boundaries Department to carry out the functions that would otherwise be for the Commission. And that gives power to the ROPA, to the Representation of the People Act, which established the Election and Boundaries Department. So I want to refer to the section 90 of the Constitution, which really is the most important function for the Commission. And therefore it is critical, even so it is critical who will chair that commission. The independence is critical. So as I mentioned before, other than section 90 of the Constitution, in relation to the Election and Boundaries Commission, the Commission is a shell, save for this section. Section 90 reads, the Election and Boundaries Commission shall, after considering the distribution of the population throughout Belize, make proposals from time to time for dividing Belize into electoral divisions in such a way that each electoral division shall have as nearly as may be an equal number of persons eligible to vote. Now, we just went through a re-registration exercise. Time-consuming, very expensive. The one previous to that was, I think, almost 20 years before that. To be exact, in 1997-98. Now, I already get the sense that what happened back then has started to happen now, when we have not addressed the gaps in numbers of electors between and among electoral divisions. Back then, there was a 3-to-1 gap when you compared a division such as Belmopan with Fort George. Belmopan had 3 times as more registered electors in that division than Fort George had. Now, that gap hasn't been addressed by the recently completed re-registration exercise. The next step is redistricting, and that is the most important function of the Election and Boundaries Commission. Now, I'm a realist, and I don't see that happening before the next general election. And could come up with a lot of reasons for why that didn't happen, but we must ensure that our electoral system is as strong as it can be, that our representation is as equal as possible, and it is not right to keep those gaps as large as they are right now. So I end with saying that the chairman, whoever is appointed, if it's Mr. Pereira or somebody else, will have to take that on as their primary role and activity to ensure that this redistricting occurs and we get rid of these huge gaps that should not be in place, that weakens our democracy. That needs to be addressed as a matter of urgent national priority. Our vote is sacred, and we should feel that when we vote, whoever we vote for, whoever wins, we will get equal representation. So I end with those comments, Mr. President.
Senator Shaban.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a few brief comments, Mr. President. Again, as before, the appointment of the chairman to the Elections and Boundaries Commission is a critical one. It is no secret that we are heading into general elections in the next couple of months, Mr. President. And so I paused and I looked at the Belize Constitution, which sets out the characteristics we're looking for in members of the Commission, and in particular to the chairman. And it says that the chairman shall be a person of integrity and high national standing. And I believe, Mr. President, as we have heard by my colleagues today, that we all agree that in addition, he must be independent, or he must appear at minimum to be independent of political bias. You see, Mr. President, the chairman of the commission play very important roles that affect our democracy. When you look at their responsibility as set out in the Constitution says that the commission shall be responsible for the direction and supervision of the registration of voters and the conduct of elections, referenda, and all matters connected therewith. Furthermore, it says that in the exercise of its function, the Commission shall not be subject to the direction or control of any other person or authority, and shall, subject to the provisions of this Constitution, act in accordance with the Representation of the People Act or any other law, act, rule, or regulation relating to elections. And so, Mr. President, in determining whether or not we'd support the appointment of this nominee, it is important to look at where he's coming from. Who is this person? And how do we determine, with the information we have been given, whether or not he is independent and he's able to carry out the functions of his office without outside influence? And so, Mr. President, I will say very clearly, I know Mr. Pereira very well. Mr. Pereira is my colleague at the bar, and I have no personal matters with him or nothing against him. He's a fine gentleman. But this, we're talking about national office. We're talking about an office that plays a major role and will be playing a major role in the next general election. They are charged with the conduct of the next general election. And I went and I looked at the CV which was presented in the package given to us. And as Senator Sala said, he acted at times as a senator, substitute senator for the United Democratic Party. But he also served as a member of the Belize Liquor Licensing Board. He served as a director of the Belize Water Services Limited. He served as a director of the Social Security Board. He is currently a director for the National Institute of Culture and Heritage. And when you look at the time period, it has all of these appointments have been under this government. And so the question of independence arises, Mr. President. It arises. It arises. And it seems to me, with all due respect, that what we're trying to do here is to hurriedly appoint somebody to fill the gap that the previous chairman hurriedly abandoned. And what we have here, Mr. President, is no more than plucking out somebody from the recycling bin. With all due respect, Mr. President, I question the independence and the ability of this fine gentleman to carry out the charge as laid out in the Constitution of Belize. Mr. President, these are serious times, and this is serious business. And there are many allegations out there of voter fraud and election fraud. And this person must have some strength of character and fortitude to withhold the provisions of the Constitution and the Representation of the People's Act. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Zaraga.
Mr. President, once again, I thank my colleagues for their previous comments. I'm going to try and be brief. and not dwell on things that they have eloquently brought up before. Mr. President, with your permission, I'm going to quote from my advice. And again, I must say, never before have I had so much input from the membership and the ECs of both the organizations that I represent. I quote, "In reference to the appointment of Mr. Esteban Pereira as chairman of the Elections and Boundaries Commission, I write to inform you that the council has discussed the matter and has indicated that they do not support the aforenamed appointee to the position of chair." And again, as part of their justifications, they spoke about their belief that the chairperson needs to be somebody that is politically independent. Politically independent. I must confess as well that Stevie, I call him Stevie, Mr. Pereira is my friend, personal friend. I've known him. I sat on the board of the Social Security with Mr. Pereira. He was my colleague in the Senate, or has been on several occasions. But if I'm to be extremely honest, while he is very honest and frank in personal conversations and is very much unbiased in those conversations, his voting record is what you have to look at publicly. And his voting record on both the SSB and in the Senate has been one of full support for the government's position. And that was extremely concerning to the members of those bodies that I represent. He's too close to a political party. Again, I could read from a list of names that my organization submitted of people that they believe would adequately meet the requirements, and especially the independence requirements for someone in this post. As well, Mr. President, I called Stevie and I told him, you know, I said, boy, I'm getting more calls than I've ever gotten on your appointment, and negative. And I listened to him, and his focus, he claims, will be in making sure that the electorate for the upcoming election is safe. And he was especially concerned about the environment around the COVID-19, in a COVID-19 scenario. And I agree that that is important. But I did not hear anything from him about the need for reform. He did acknowledge that there is a need for redistricting, but he says that that would probably come in a couple of years. And I must say here that it is disappointing that both parties, both of the major political parties, have enjoyed the status quo of the districts and have not really pushed. Because nobody, you're a politician, I don't know, you might know, nobody want to rack up the voters list in your area. You don't get comfortable with it. And you don't try to pad it, and you've padded it over the years, and you want to keep it that way. Let's be real. It is part of the bigger conversation that I was hoping to hear from Mr. Pereira and say, look, I recognize that there are certain things that I will have this tenure for 5 years. This is not a 5-year appointment. And in the next 5 years, I want to do A, B, C, D, and E, because I think that this institution needs to be strengthened for democracy to be strengthened. And I think that is what the organizations that I represent are saying, that we need to have someone in there who is hell-bent on strengthening the democracy and strengthening that institution without political fear or favor. We need for people in this department, in this position, and that sit on that commission, to be able to talk about things like campaign finance reform. I did not hear that from Mr. Pereira. We need for the people to come up with rules and recommendations about vote buying that we know exists and we know take place. I did not hear that from Mr. Pereira. We need for somebody to come up with rules and direction on that committee that will not be afraid to challenge the political parties, both political parties. For that matter, I don't believe that you should have politicians on that committee. That's my personal view and the view of others. No politician should be on that committee, so that they can create rules that govern that election environment completely. We've talked about the need for electoral reform and that whole gambit. Campaign finance reform, behavior on election day, and all those rules. I did not hear that. So we make a call. We make a call to colleagues in the Senate today that we need to consider seriously. Actually, I was asked to call for a division. My instructions were, my advice, they can't instruct me, they could advise me. My advice was to call for a division today because this is a key post. We want to make recommendations today. For example, we looked at the Canadian model, Mr. President. And the Canadian model, when you have this office, you serve until you're 65 years old. They want to put somebody in there independent. They want to make sure that that person has tenure and that that person has the vision for straighten up this whole electoral mess and do the reforms. We think it's an excellent suggestion. Right? And that that person could only be removed from office for proper cause by the Governor General and the House of Commons and the Senate in their case. So you give the person tenure. You make the person independent. And this will be your life's ambition. You go and go straighten up this thing and strengthen our democracy. Right? We don't need to be distracted by padding of the voters' lists and all the other. You have to have that vision. You have to have, and this is why I called Mr. Pereira, because I listened to the commentary from those people that I represent, because he is my friend. And I gave him an opportunity to share with me. I wasn't going to tell him what I wanted to hear. I gave him an opportunity to share with me what he expects to accomplish. And I didn't hear any of those. And that is what we need from this office. If you look at Bermuda, for example, their model says that this person is appointed on the recommendation of the Public Service Commission and is appointed by the governor, or in our case, the Governor General. I mean, yes, I understand you, but we're looking for best practices. We're trying to improve the systems we have in place. And what we're saying is that there are models that exist that lend to persons in these important appointments to being independent and not to be persons that are political appointees over and over and over again. Because we've seen this for too long in our country. And I think both appointments today perhaps are being judged perhaps harsh or harsher than you would normally, maybe. But it reflects this build-up of distrust and this build-up of people being tired of same old, same old, same old. It's time for us to do things differently, man. Remember, we elected this government on a platform for reform, on a platform for strengthening the institutions of oversight and the institutions of governance, in correcting all the mistakes that we knew that we had in our systems. And it is unfortunate that when we have the opportunity to do so, we just recycle again and do the same thing over and over and over. And that is a travesty, because our country will never, never, never improve. What is the definition of insanity? Doing the same thing over and over and over and expecting a different result. So we're crazy. By that definition, we're crazy. So, Mr. President, I am going to call for a division on this. I was asked to call for a division. And I hope that we reflect on the wise words that were said in here today, and that we truly see the wisdom, because of a 5-year appointment, and not just for this election, and maybe even consider, perhaps, changing the law, that you might want to appoint a person till he's 65. So they're going to know that he's going to reform that whole electoral system, right? So I make that plea, Mr. President, and I ask that when the voting comes, that we have a recording of the votes. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. President. I must say,
Clerk.
good morning. Mr. President, it is an honor to stand in the chamber. My main reason for standing up, of course, Mr. Pereira as the chairman of the Election and Boundaries Commission Motion 2020. I believe, like all of us believe, Mr. President, that Mr. Pereira is fit and is ready to take over as the chairman of Election and Boundaries. I believe, and we all believe, that he is a man of integrity and of high national standing. As far as I'm aware, Mr. President, Mr. Pereira is not an aspirant like any one of us here in the chamber. He's not an aspirant politician. We do have here, and I can say that, right? Right, my President Elena? I see you nod your head there. I look like you're one of them too. Not interested? Okay. So, when I hear grandstanding about Mr. Pereira, about how he will have, what's the term used? That he might have interference and so forth. Let me remind all of us, election is one election day. Depends on the amount of work you put in the constituent. But I do see what happened. So as far as I know, he is not of that type. But I can say this, Mr. President, when I look, I sit and I look, and I looked, and I looked, and I turned the pages from all the way right up and center, seeing that the qualification that Mr. Pereira have, I cannot say no to this. I mean, this is the type of person we want to be the chairman of Election and Boundaries. It is also my belief that we should always give an opportunity to somebody that is a man of integrity. So when we come here, yes, I understand what Senator Lizarraga was saying about, Joel, you need to reach to a certain age before you could be able to lead. I think I was 17 years old when I started to teach. I remember my first paycheck was about a little $300. That was like a $3,000 back in the days. Huh? So, Mr. President, it is always clear that when we come in this honorable chamber, we always want to grandstand against someone. It shouldn't be like that. It is clear that Mr. Pereira will not work by himself. So the message we are sending across, like if he is the only chairman and that he is going to take over the Election and Boundaries office and that he is going to work by himself, that as far as I know, Mr. President. And that's the impression that we are sending across. Senator Shabat said, how does the chairman affect the direction of election? He had nothing to do with that. How? I said he's not a politician. I actually just learned today too, Senator Shabat, that we are UDP senator, or we are PUP senator, and we are, sir, I want to remind the general public that when I took the oath here in November of 2015, my oath did not say if I'm a UDP senator. It marked as senator, but he does not say either I was a UDP or a PUP or a Green P or a GP or whatever type of P. Never say that, sir. But I learned something new today. So, Mr. President, and then again, when we come here and talk about division of constituency and all so forth of thing, as I heard from the Honorable Senator Lizarraga, and if that is in due process, then let it be due process. Huh? If that is what is going to happen, then let it happen. But let's give Mr. Pereira an opportunity to prove himself. Why should we be concerned about election is around the corner, like many of us are singing and saying? So why don't we give this gentleman the opportunity to prove himself? And if we are so interested about the division of constituency, then I tell you, Honorable Sir, maybe you're one of them that's interested in that. I hope to see your name in the ballot paper. So let us give Mr. Pereira the opportunity to prove himself, and I believe that by proving himself like any one of us. I remember the first time I came to the Honorable Chamber. I'm not a very good public speaking individual. I'm afraid. I was trembling. I can't even say a word. At the end of the day, I always believe that when you're given an opportunity, you can always prove yourself. And with that said, Mr. President, I do support the motion to appoint Mr. Esteban Pereira as the Chairman and Election of Boundaries Commission, Motion 2020. Thank you, Mr. President.
I recognize Senator Rock. Senator Rock, 1 second.
Mr. President, in accordance with Standing Order number 10.8, I move that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour, though opposed.
Honorable members, the question is that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour, though opposed. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. Senator Rock, you may proceed.
Again, Mr. President, I rise to make my presentation regarding this motion. Again, because I never had any kind of document, I called the good gentleman to talk with him and to hear what he had to say in regards to his candidacy for the post. What I find interesting, being in this Senate for the last 4 or 5 years, is that whenever there seems to be a situation where one party or one group don't like, there seems to not be a given alternative as to what can work or what can make the situation different. I think in matters of reform for the Senate, I think it would be a good thing if when you have an objection about something, not just come and argue about why you object the thing, but make solution, make suggestion as to what can be used or who can be put in place. Or do we have people who we can give as a substitute because we don't want this one or this thing or that thing. I think gone are the days when we are in the old system where that's the way things used to work. But as I've been in this Senate, that's what I've experienced. Where when a person don't want something or he don't want somebody, there is no suggestion as to who. Who is your suggestion then? I think if we can have that kind of thing in relation to these candidacy or the position of because we can't talk much on finance, but the position on other things, why is it that as senators, and I pray that even after I'm gone and the new senators come, that would be an attempt for senators to, yes, you presented this to us, we're not feeling that this person best represents us, but we have this alternative. And I think what it will mean is that many of the senators will have to be more proactive many of the bodies will have to be more proactive in saying, well, we don't want this, but we have this one to suggest to you. We looked at Mr. Pereira, and we have no issue with PUP or UDP. The church can't have issue with PUP and UDP because they both come to a church. So that Mr. Pereira must have got at somebody church, sir, definitely. So you can't fight with your brother. Many of you all I heard in here say, oh, he's a good friend. But after I spoke with Mr. Pereira, I think that he's a fine gentleman. I am not concerned with the agenda of a party or what this party or that party. My responsibility is to hear from him what kind of man he is. And I think, honestly, if there's a claim that he's such a good man by the many people in here, then you hold him to task to be the good man that he's supposed to be. And even if he's not doing what he's supposed to be, you need to call him and say, boy, you know, do this, you know. You need to fix it. You need to correct it. Because, you know, they work good. But I think what has messed us up in this country too often is the political divide. You cannot find one person or the other person in this country who's not linked to some party. You cannot. So in light of my position, I am saying that I heard that somebody want to call a division, but don't call none because we are saying that we support Mr. Pereira. I'm talking about the church, Senator. The church. Not here, the church. So that's my commitment present to you.
Senator Ganna.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I've sat here and listened to all my colleagues. I think of all people I can say, oh no, hello, testing, all right. Mr. President, like I mentioned, I've sat here and listened to my colleagues. I've heard at least 3 or 4 of them speak to Mr. Pereira's integrity, saying that he's a man of integrity. Of course, I echo those sentiments. I've known Mr. Pereira for the past 6 years, and for those of the senators that do not know this, he's actually my law partner. I've worked alongside him for the past 3 years. So I find it very, very, very difficult to understand my friends in this room saying in one vein that Mr. Pereira is a man of integrity, but in the same vein saying he's incapable of being unbiased because he's not politically independent. We're all entitled to be affiliated to some party. That's your constitutional right. You vote however you want. It is not Mr. Pereira alone that will be running this commission. His appointment was made on the best endeavors to seek the approval of the leader of the opposition. As far as I know, there's been no response saying, look, we object to Mr. Pereira, but because the reality is there is no valid reason to object to a man like Mr. Pereira. If the majority of senators have said it's a man of integrity, if the man is a man of integrity, give him the chance to uphold those moral principles that he applies in his daily life to do the position the right way, Mr. President. That's the basis of my...
Honorable Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I was trying not to say anything, you know. But I have a big issue with just hypocrisy and disingenuousness. I heard Senator Lizarraga say that he can't vote for Mr. Pereira because of his voting record in the Senate. He votes too much for the government or for the UDP whenever he's representing here. Well, that would make Senator Lizarraga not qualified because he votes always against the government. If you're looking at voting record. But how ridiculous is that? They don't disagree that the man is a person of high integrity or whatever, but yet they say what? No, it's politics. Well, listen to me. when the PUP were in power, Mrs. Myrtle Palazzo was the chief elections officer, you know. She not political, though. She not political. She was only the Secretary General of the PUP, but she not political. Towards the end of the last PUP term, Ambassador Stuart Leslie was the chief elections officer, but he not political. He not political, none at all. He's only the chief advisor now to the leader of the opposition. Huh? Where do these people, the people have, I'm telling you, the testicular fortitude to come here and say that a person's politics has something to do with some office. Of course, it's hard not to find a UDP in Belize, you know, very hard. It's hard to find one PUP. I'm telling you, people are entitled to their political positions and persuasions. It's guaranteed under the Constitution of Belize. So how can you come here and say you can't support a person because they support that party or that government or whatever? That is so hypocritical. And I agree with Senator Gadwani. Let's give the man a chance, similar to what we did with the last contractor general that we appointed. Give the person a chance to see what they can do. And there are two members on the commission who are appointed by the leader of the opposition. Are those people political? Mrs. Magali Marinyong, I think, is a member of the commission as well, appointed by the leader of the opposition. Would we say she's political? No, she's not political at all. Oh no, she's only the brother of the member for Coroza. So he's not, sir, not political at all. So everybody has a right to be political, except Mr. Pereira, who used to be the chairman. Man, that's foolishness. Let's call this for what this is. The government is putting up somebody and you just have to object to everything this government does. That's the stone cold fact. And it is irresponsible of people to do that. And I support the motion.
I rise to correct misstatement by the Attorney General where he said that Senator Lizarraga always votes with the PUP and never supports the government. I call on the Attorney General to present my voting records in this Senate to prove that lie that is constantly repeated by him and by people on that side. Because I have supported the government's motions on many occasions. On many occasions. So before this session is over, I call on the Attorney General to present my voting records in the Senate. Thank you, Mr. President.
We note your call.
Mr. President, it will be difficult to find just one instance where he voted for the government.
I recognize the leader of government business.
Mr. President, in winding this up, there are just a few points. Please, Senator. Just a few points. The last time we appointed somebody, I also heard the term independent, and I know that it has been implied in the discourse of my colleagues, including Senator Rock. But if you're over 18 in this country and you are a citizen of this country, you have a right and the responsibility to vote. And our voting record shows, for the most part, that there are only 2 political parties, major parties, that you can vote for. There have been, from time to time, other parties. But whatever you vote for, I find it hard to say you're independent, unless, of course, you're my good friend, Mr. Bob, who ran independent and voted for himself. It would be difficult to say that you're independent, because we live in a political system. We live in this is representative government. So what? And the other point that was made is that we should change these structures, but these are embedded in law, in the Constitution of all things. And you know how difficult it is to change the Constitution. So may I just say a few things to it. It says, the chairman and 2 other members of the Election and Boundaries Commission, I read this in the opening, shall be appointed by the Governor General And how does he appoint them? He acts in accordance with the advice of who? The Prime Minister. And how does the Prime Minister give that advice? He consults with the leader of the opposition. Mr. Leader of the opposition, I want to appoint these 3 people. Those are the Prime Minister's choice. And then the 2 remaining members are appointed by the Governor General, also acting with the advice of the Prime Minister. But in this case, the leader of the opposition has to agree. He has to concur. Those are members that the leader of the opposition wants. So it's hard to talk about these nebulous kind of floating people up there who are independent and will not. Because the commission has functions, man, and let's not confuse it with the department. The department is a different institution. The commission has certain responsibilities laid out, but it goes on to say, no person shall be qualified to be appointed as a member of the commission if he's a member of the National Assembly. He's not a member of the National Assembly. That's one of the qualifications. And the other qualification is if he holds or is acting in any public office. He's not holding or acting in any other public office. As a consequence, he's qualified. In terms of integrity, that will come under Section 121, but then everybody in here has said the man has high integrity. So I don't think that's a question. It goes on to say, the commission, what its duties? It shall be responsible for direction and supervision of the registration of voters and the conduct of elections, referenda, and all other matters connected therewith. That's its responsibilities. Man, this country has a stellar record of elections. Referendum, the last referendum was bar none. Major countries can't pull that off the way we pull it off, and when we're done, we're all happy. General elections come and go. We see no killing in the streets and fighting. Let me not criticize a sister Caribbean country, but you know how that goes. And we don't have those kinds of issues here in Belize. And if there's a disagreement over the results, we go to court, man. And when the list is put out, if there's a disagreement, we also go to court and we also say we object to these names on the list. So, really, man, I don't see what we are looking for when we are looking for the chair of this person to be who? Who in this country could we say, okay, that one is fully independent? It's a small country, 350 to 400,000 people. Everybody basically know everybody's political views in this country, even if we hide it. So please, man. And we have our little biases going back and forth, but the whole concept here is to make sure that the commission is not from what I hear, sometimes it sounds as though this is going to be some blatant bully. No, man, we don't operate so. We all know we don't operate so. And there's recourse to the law. You know this as a member of the bar, and so does my colleague, Senator Shabbat, Senator Aldo, the AG. You all know this, man. Everything got a court. That's one of the beautiful things that this country know. Win, lose, or dry, he got a court. And he got a court till he stopped. And when he stopped, we have to accept it. And in this country, we seem to always have to accept it. So that's the system. I move the motion, and I support the appointment.
Honorable members, that motion is referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration, and report. I recognize the Honorable Chairman of the Senate Special Select Committee.
Mr. President, I move now, therefore be it resolved that this Senate adopts the report from the Senate Special Select Committee on investigation into the Immigration and Nationality Department for the period 2011 to 2013.
Senator Salas.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. I start by expressing my congratulations to Chairman Senator Aldo Salazar and his committee on the report. It was a riveting report, as I told him earlier this morning. It was just shared yesterday, but when I saw 160 pages, my first inclination was, my goodness. But when I started to read, I was riveted. And it was very good reading. And I must congratulate the Special Select Committee for all the hard work that they put in, all the countless hours, the hundreds or thousands of of pages that were reviewed. And that last section of the report, the way forward in particular, was a very powerful section. The comments there, the recommendations there were powerful, and now, you know, speaking for, I believe, a lot of other Belizeans, what we are concerned or interested about now is the next steps. What next? Because it would really be a shame after all this investment of resources and time in this process for nothing to happen. I noticed in the report that they referred to delays, and I really would like to understand a little more as to why those delays, because this is I am sure there are a lot of lessons learned in this process that took about 3 years or so, and if there are some mistakes that were made in terms of process, in terms of, you know, make sure that things are on time, we need to learn from that so that they are not repeated in future inquiries. And there should be, and I hope will be, more inquiries, because there is so much more that is needed. The Auditor General's report looked at a certain point in time, so many years ago, and as the report noted, some improvements have been made even before or while the process of the inquiry took place and the witnesses were called and the interviews were made. But overall, I want to again say kudos, and there was some reference made to perjury, and it was clear in that report that several people lied to the Special Select Committee. Several people lied because there were several instances where we got different responses pertaining to the same matter, and we should encourage or ask the relevant authorities to look into that and to prosecute where necessary, because we need to make an example of those who lied. That is important for the future. We need to make an example of those. There's so much more that can be said, but I am pleased that after today this will be made public. It needs to get out there so that the public is aware of the findings and the recommendations, and so that we can start to work towards systemic change, in particular as it pertains to corruption and to our national patrimony. It was shocking to read how, and even from the Auditor General's report a few years ago, the laissez-faire attitude with our nationality, with our passports, that sacred document that is documented proof that we are Belizean, right? And for the almighty dollar, there were several individuals that didn't think twice to not treat that with the sanctity that it deserves. That was shocking to read, and we must ensure as much as we can that these things do not occur. But there's so much more work to be done, and I am happy that the report is finally out. The real work continues, must continue. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Shaban.
Thank you, Mr. President. Some brief comments, if I may, Mr. President, and with your permission, I'd like to refer to my notes. Mr. President, I want to highlight the fact that significant time and energy and public funds were invested in the investigations and in the compilation of this report. And I want to thank everyone who participated in that process. I think especially the staff of the National Assembly must be commended for their tremendous work, Mr. President. And I think as well, Mr. President, it is important for us to look back at where we all started with this. This investigation came on the heels of the Auditor General's report into visas, nationality, and passports. And her investigation covered the period 2011 to 2013, albeit a very small portion of those years. I believe 25% of those 3 years were the period of investigation. And that investigation by the Auditor General, as I understand it, was actually triggered by the discovery of 8 missing visas, 8 visas that had gone missing at the western border, Mr. President. And that triggered this entire audit report, which led to the investigation by the Senate. And I think it is important to highlight some of the major features of this 160-page report, and which I must say at the onset, contrary to what was said in some media houses, this report does have our support. As a matter of fact, I understand it has the majority support of this Senate. And so, Mr. President, if you allow me just a few minutes just to highlight what I think are important areas. It is all important, but these I think are very important because it underlies, it speaks to what was happening in the Department of Immigration at the time, and I think we must not forget those instances, Mr. President. And so the investigation was triggered by these 8 missing visas, and Mr. Mark Tench of the Immigration Department was actually charged with this investigation. And his investigation, Mr. President, led to 2 individuals in particular, and this is all in the report. It led him to Mr. Patrick Tillett and to Mr. Eric Chang, who both at the time admitted to him that they had paid $5,000 for these visas. Now, Mr. President, what struck me is that at no point in time was this ever handed over to the Commissioner of Police for investigation or for prosecution, Mr. President. When one looks at the Auditor General reports and when one looks at the minutes of the meetings of the hearings, all the former directors of immigration who appeared before the committee, they all agreed with her recommendations, Mr. President, and yet, nobody has been investigated either by the DPP's office or the Commissioner of Police in these matters. As a matter of fact, there was an instance where the Chief Justice of this country directed the then Commissioner of Police to investigate, and that never happened. I think, Mr. President,
Pardon. Attorney General?
Right. My point of order, though,
Yes, Attorney General.
and I know the silly argument would be that I don't want the public to know what's in the report. Well, it's being tabled, so the public will know, but this is my objection. The debate should be on whether or not we should adopt the report, not the details of the report. Once we adopt it, then the report becomes public and you can discuss it all you want in the public sphere. But the debate is whether or not we should adopt the report. That's the debate.
But you're saying that the senator can't comment on the reports?
But then that's not the motion. The motion is for the adoption of the report. Should it be adopted, yes or no?
No.
And I think we all agree it should be adopted.
No.
So let's adopt it.
No.
And
No,
it
but
becomes public.
I agree with you, Attorney General, that that is the motion, but I can't stop the senator from commenting on something that's in there, unless you cite me something that I can do that.
No. Your ruling is your ruling, or not. I'm not the member for Kayoso.
No,
Your
but
ruling is your ruling.
He has no basis to stand on, Mr.
No,
President.
Senator, but
The
my
motion, the motion
Just a try muzzle. I'm not going to be
is for the adoption of the report. That's all it is. Do we adopt the report?
I hear you, but I can't stop him from debating in the manner which he seeks. He wants to raise a point in relation to commenting on matters which are in the report.
And without adopting the report? No, I thought we had agreed to adopt the report.
No, fair enough. I mean, that can be a vote, but I don't see how I can stop the senator from debating. I don't think that the senator
ruling,
will
Mr. President.
go
It's
through
your
the whole
ruling.
report,
It's your
but
ruling.
you're
It's your
commenting on the...
It's your ruling.
Much obliged, Mr. President. I am entitled to comment on the report, Mr. President, and that is what I'm doing. All my comments are based on the report, and let me not go down that road, but I will not be muzzled, Mr. President. And so, Mr. President, what this report shows, Mr. President, is that there was rampant interference by ministers in the issuance of visas. And in this regard, Mr. President, the Auditor General in her report, she made the following conclusions. She said, since the law does not provide for ministers to intervene in the visa process, it was illegal for those ministers to have done so. And that, Mr. Attorney General, for your reference, is at page 15 of the report. Again, Mr. President.
The rules of the Senate are clear. If you want to impute an improper motive, or if you want to speak on the conduct of any member of the National Assembly, there must be a separate motion just for that. It's right there in the rules.
No, sorry, you were saying...
Mr. President, with all due respect to the Attorney General, I am just...
One second. This matter will go through very quickly if we can be very clear, so that Senator Shabat, he's mentioning a comment in the report. Like you're...
I'm not imputing anything to anyone. It's the Auditor General, sir. It's not me. Please, man.
What's your ruling, Mr. President,
no,
please?
I don't
because the rules
understand.
of the Senate are very clear.
No, okay. Senator, please repeat exactly what you just said.
I said, Mr. President, that the Attorney General in her report made the following conclusion.
Auditor General.
Yes.
Auditor General.
Yes, the Auditor General. Sorry, did I say Attorney
yes,
General?
Sir.
Oh, not him,
General.
Mr. President, not him. The Auditor General in her report made the following conclusions. She said, since the law does not provide for ministers to intervene in the visa process, it was illegal for those ministers to have done so, and that is at page 15 of the report. Mr. President?
Sir, this is my ruling. He's taking a comment directly from the report.
Yes, but we are in the Senate, Mr. President. It's like saying, for example, he's our senior, he should know. If a person spews a libel and you read that libel, you're responsible for that libel too. In the Senate chamber, if you're going to speak about anybody's behavior in the National Assembly, there must be a separate motion just for that. Now, if you rule, no, well, we know you're a big PUP. You don't have to worry about nobody.
Senators. Senators.
But whatever your ruling is, I repeat, you're a big PUP. If your ruling is that he should read
Mr.
it,
President, he's out of order, man, Mr. President.
Senators.
He's out
but
of
Mr.
order.
President, if your ruling is that he should
Attorney
read it,
General.
then he should read it.
Attorney
I
General.
will accept whatever ruling you make.
People to follow the rules when he himself is not following the rules?
Senators, both senators cannot be standing at the same time. Senators, this matter will go through smoothly. Bearing in mind the matter before the Senate currently is the adoption of the report.
Yes.
The senator can comment on the report. The senator actually mentioned an initial point that he thought the report was good, and he is actually elaborating on that in terms of commenting on the report.
Mr. President, whatever your ruling is,
Sit down, man.
Whatever your
Let's
ruling
get on
is,
with the business.
make your ruling and I will sit down. They too can make I sit down, but you can make I sit down.
No, I've already
And I
ruled
don't
on
like
the
stand
matter.
up.
I've already ruled on the matter.
So your ruling is that you can't proceed. That's your ruling. That's your ruling, sir. That's your ruling.
Included in the report, and may I say this, Mr. President? This report has the support of the majority of this House. They had ample time to review and to make any suggestions for anything that they don't want the public to hear. They had ample time to do that.
Senator, if we, again, in terms of the orderly conduct of this matter, if we just stick with what it is that we are, make the comment, do the presentation, and then we move on.
Thank you, Mr. President. And if I may just continue with my presentation. And so, Mr. President, among the findings and what was highlighted, Mr. President, in the course of the investigations and in the report were some serious allegations made by one Alvarine Burgess against Minister Castro. And also, the report highlights several breaches of the visa process, and those are included at page 25 of the report. And if you allow me just to highlight a few of them, Mr. President. The Auditor General found that unqualified individuals were first issued visas and thereafter Belizean passports. Individuals were issued with visas and shortly thereafter they were given permanent residency status. Minister of Government recommended and requested the approval of visas for individuals at the Belmopan office. Chief Executive Officer, Mayor, Caretaker made requests for applications to be facilitated with Belize visas in Belmopan. It was found that 134 visa stubs were never presented nor found on hand at Northern Border Station and the Philip Golson Airport. And the list goes on and on and on, Mr. President. These were lapses and breaches that were highlighted by the Auditor General and that were substantiated during the course of the hearings, Mr. President. And so the committee found that the scale and frequency of the findings demonstrate significant failures, pointing to an illness of non-performance, underperformance, and unaccountability which had overtaken the department. But, Mr. President, I must pause here. I must pause here, and I must commend the efforts particularly of Ms. Maria Marin and Ms. Diana Locke. They were both directors of immigration. But I particularly want to mention Ms. Locke. Ms. Locke was forthright in her testimony. And not only in her testimony, Mr. President, but in her actions as the Director of Immigration. She testified that she had refused to act on directives issued by the Cabinet, and those directives were to honor documentation issued by previous ministers and recognize previous passports issued by the department, however obtained. And that is clearly set out at page 30 and 31 of the report, Mr. President. And those were some of the many issues that were found lacking. Those were the issues that the report highlight. Those are some of the issues which the report highlight as to the happenings with visa. And the report also dealt with the issue of nationality, Mr. President. And the Auditor General found gross irregularities in relation to the issuance of nationality. And in our report before the Senate and before the country, we set out some of these irregularities, Mr. President. And if you allow me, some of them include that there were replacement nationality certificates which were fraudulently backdated, and fraudulent nationality was given under the guise of registration and Belize economic citizenship investment programs. It says passport copies of bogus Chinese passports pages were found in some nationality files. Bogus ravel documents and backdating of immigration stamps in native passports. Mr. President, it speaks about numerous individuals who were approved Belizean citizenship by registration, although they did not live in Belize for the required 5 years. The facilitation of the change of first names and full names of citizens by registration by the Vital Statistics Unit before said citizens applied for Belizean passports. Minister Erwin Contreras, it was found, requested visas for persons who obtained Belizean nationality and passports shortly after their arrival in Belize. And so, Mr. President, it goes on. It says, Mr. President, some of the findings also include that some individuals fraudulently acquired Belizean nationality under Section 10 when their dates of entry into Belize, temporary employment permit stamp dates, and permanent resident stamps dates were backdated or bogus copies of their native passports. Mr. President, and although we don't want to rehash everything and we don't want to go back and remind the public of what was transpiring, it is important for us to learn. It is important for us to set the stage so that these things are not repeated, Mr. President. And if the Attorney General wishes to hear some more, I'd be happy to oblige him. Ministers of government may not have known the persons they were recommending for Belizean nationality, Mr. President. And again, it goes on. We have over 146 findings by the committee in relation to the irregularities that were happening in the Department of Immigration in relation to nationalities. And again, Mr. President, how can I not mention Wong Hong Kim, Mr. President? And if the Belizean public will remember, this is the guy whose nationality was processed without him ever stepping foot into Belize. His application was signed by the then Minister Pena. Of note, Mr. President, in addition, is the findings that prior to the 2012 elections, some 2,110 nationalities were issued. Ruth Main, who is one of the former directors of immigration, admitted that leading up to the 2012 general election, that the issuance of nationality was being expedited for those people to be able to register and to vote. And that is at page 88 of the report, Mr. President. What arose from the testimony before the committee is the fact that nationalities were in fact processed with incomplete and irregular applications. Both Gordon Wade and Ruth Main blamed the minister for that. As with visas, the evidence before the committee disclosed the many interventions by ministers in the issuance of nationality. And at page 102 of the report, Mr. President, I will jump a little bit, if you allow me. At page 102 of the report, there is a list of 72 instances. Well, there are more instances, but the report sets out 72 instances where ministers intervened in this process. And the names that are recorded in this report include the Honorable Edmond Castro, it includes the Honorable Manuel Heredia, it includes the Honorable Rene Montero, it includes the then Honorable Elvin Pena, it includes the then Honorable Santiago Castillo, Ramon Witz, Carlos Perdomo, Eden Martinez, and it goes on and on and on. And so, Mr. President, the name of the Honorable Pablo Marin is called at least 10 different times here. It is important for us to recall, it is important for us as a nation to recognize what was happening at the Immigration Department during this period. And I must remind Mr. President that the period of investigation only touched the tip of the iceberg. The committee found that many of these applications were riddled with irregularity and downright illegality. And yet, Mr. President, nobody has been persecuted or prosecuted for these offenses, for these illegalities and these so-called irregularities. In relation to the findings on the passports, Mr. President, again, the Wong Hong Kim story looms very large, and some of us don't want to remember him. But this is the story of a man who, while he was incarcerated in Taiwan, obtained a Belizean passport. From the testimony and in the report of the committee, it appeared that Minister Penna dealt with this transaction personally, Mr. President. What this report does is that it exposes the culture of corruption that prevailed in the department. The evidence, and as stated in this report, shows that the Prime Minister was receiving monthly reports as to the number of so-called interventions by ministers. It appeared almost that there was a quota, Mr. President. Ministers were reminded every other cabinet meeting, for God's sake, stop it. Cabinet, Mr. President, it is in the report. It is at page 155 of the report. Go and read it, man. Go and read it. Go and read it. Mr. President.
Senators, not the back and forth. Continue.
It is obvious, Mr. President, that Cabinet was very much aware of the corruption that prevailed from top to bottom. And in this regard, Mr. President, the most damning evidence came from Teresita Castellanos. She was very clear in what was occurring. She was the finance minister at the Department of Immigration. And she was very, very clear, Mr. President, as to what was finance officer, I stand corrected, finance officer. And if you'd allow me, Mr. President, I think it is important to remind the public of what Ms. Castellanos said. And this is what she says. She says, and this is at page 155 as well, for those of you who haven't read the report. It says, oh, my apologies, Mr. President. Just allow me 1 minute to jump down here. Technology, Mr. President. Technology. But what she does say is this, and I quote, she says, "We became infamous with scandals, but even so the support was just not there. Yes, the culture was there, is there. It still is, but there are persons who are trying to pretend they don't know what culture exists at the department. I may not have another opportunity to say what I have to say to the Belizean people. Some may even ask me what gave me the right to talk, but today I do. I was in the belly of the beast. I was at the Immigration Department for 3 years, and I am among those named in the Auditor General report. This gives me the right to say the following. The Immigration Department has an entrenched culture of corruption and hustling, milking the cow, we say, from the very top to the very bottom of the ladder. No politician can force a public officer to do illegal acts when performing our jobs. And if we do, we should face the same consequence. We should face the same consequence as the politicians, if necessary, if it comes to that, for the Belizean people are demanding justice. Mr. President, I don't believe that I could say it any better than she has. Indeed, Mr. President, the Belizean public is asking for justice. And it is my sincere hope that the contents of this report, as well as the minutes of the meetings, will be transferred to the Commissioner of Police to take correct action in this matter, Mr. President. It is time for the Belizean public to have justice, and it is time for those who are accountable to be held so to the justice system. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Kwon.
Mr. President, allow me to of the telling directly to you, sir, honorable sir. Came like a kid today in the chamber.
Pardon?
am saying to the Senator, you have
No,
to-
Senator, sir, orderly, but you will address the chair, though. You will address. No, Senator. I don't. No, I didn't hear what you were saying, but address me. Do not address the senator.
All right. Word that then, Mr. President. Some of us feel like we're sent, but at the same time, we're not. It's like, remind me of a whole place here, right back by your face.
Mr. President, what does that have to do with the debate?
Senator, continue, but make your comments.
From time to time. We do. I think we're all entitled to that. Sometimes, maybe you needed a teacher's license because you're a you have a valid license to teach in the country, or what we do, one way or the other. Well, I have done one, as far as I know. A person came to me, wanted a full license because I am a full qualified individual in the position of being a teacher. I recommended the person. That's part of recommendation. It is. So, Mr. President, what really find me disturbing, Mr. President, is that when we come here, the Honorable Senator wanted to talk about this is in the report, and that is in the report. But the Honorable Senator he didn't do nothing in the reports. He run away from his job. For we report. He run away, man. So the Honorable Senator, please do your job, sir. Now, Mr. President, like I said earlier, we should not play like Sid. We shouldn't. So if we believe that those who are whatever we refer to them, we should consider ourselves first and look at ourselves first before we even talk and come and try to blindfold our nation here and try to send wrong message across. I have been saying that over and over, Mr. President. Let us stop sending wrong message across
Senator.
out there. Let us.
Senator, you have to relate the comment to the report.
Mr. President, on a point of order, nothing that he is saying has to do with the report. As a matter of fact, Mr. President, I wonder what spirits bedeviled him today. What's wrong with him today?
Senator.
Oh, man, hold on.
Yo, man, senators, there will be order in this chamber and there will be respect in this chamber. Fair enough, but it's on both sides. And I think fair enough, but there will be order in this chamber.
The man who disrespect, you know,
Senator,
You respect the nation?
Senator, I would just ask you to ensure that your comments are based on the motion and the report. The motion and the report. You may comment on the report, but make your comments about the report or about the motion. If we go back and forth, then we will have responses, and we will be here into the evening, which none of us want that.
Mr. President, I oblige, Mr. President. But what I don't like, Mr. President, is what
Senator,
will come in this honorable chamber and send wrong message, Mr. President. That I don't like.
Senator, I hear you. Certain things I don't like either. But have the debate and the discussion be about the report itself.
Mr. President, I will oblige and I will sit down.
Senators, I have noticed, I mean, even in when we move into these things, it's politics, and I understand that, but there has to be decorum. There's a certain amount of comment that you, within the context of what we're dealing with, have to accept going back and forth, but it has to be conducted in a respectful way. It's a difficult debate, but it has to be respectful on both sides. You cannot tell a senator to sit down You cannot go back and forth in terms of the responses. It has to be conducted in a manner that is befitting the chamber. There is a discussion about the report. A senator has to, if they want to comment on the report, they can comment on the report, but the debate has to be about the report. Any other senators, or are we through? Senator Lizarraga.
For guidance, and I hope we all listen to it. Mr. President, I rise in support, and if they would pay attention, they'd see that I do support things in this honorable house. I have to correct it, right? So I rise to support this motion, and I rise to support this report. Mr. President, this was quite an experience for me, I'll be honest with you. Will I allow the commentary for continue, Mr. President? Or we will start to have some respect in the honorable house?
Senator, just make the point. I mean,
because two can play this game.
no.
So,
Senators, there will be no game, so that we will proceed in a respectful manner. I'm calling and urging on senators just to be respectful to every senator when they make their comments.
Thank you. Agree, Mr. President. Mr. President, I think that we have listened to the hearings, and most Belizeans are privy to what took place. So I'm not going to rehash, but I'm going to remind of a few instances only. And I think that which I'm about to highlight is very critical. Yes, we have all filled out recommendations for persons that we know. And when I fill out a recommendation for somebody that I know, I rarely know them, and not say I know them, and I to do it as a favor to nobody. And when I fill out a recommendation for somebody, whether it be for their passport or nationality, 90% of that application is not incomplete. It is 100% complete. Because when there was a mad rush before the last election, we have testimony that says 90% of the applications received were incomplete. I have never submitted an incomplete recommendation for somebody that I don't know. We have testimony that we have to deal with because many persons said they were afraid of ministers and they were afraid of their lives. And I'm talking about in testimony and off, because there are many people that wanted to give testimony as well that were afraid for their lives. That is serious. Why? Because we have the culture of bullying we see displayed even in the Senate today. It needs to be said. It needs to be said. Right?
Senator Lizarraga. Senator Lizarraga, you can comment on the report.
Let me continue to comment on the report. There's a culture. There is a culture. There's a culture of intimidation. There's a culture of bullying, which is in testimony. People were afraid to tell the ministers no because they bullied them. I'm saying we have testimony. Read the report, Senator. Read it. Have you read it?
Senator Lizarraga.
Well, then you never read it good.
Senators. Actually, one senator, Senator Lizarraga. Senator, this actually can't work. It has to be the position that you make a reference, you can make a reference. You can quote the report because you prefaced your statements by saying that you support the report. You can say why you support the report by quoting the report. But if you make comments which are not tied to the report, Senator Shabat made certain comments, Senator Shabat quoted references, direct quotations, lines, because if we go back and forth in relation to this, we will be here for a very long period of time.
I agree with
and
you.
what you would say would invite some degree of response. The motion is the report has been tabled. It is moving for adoption. You've made a statement in relation to your position in relation to the report, and you're justifying why you support the report. Your comments have to be about that.
We had testimony, at least 2 that I recall, and I don't have the page, but I can search for it if that is what you seek. But we have testimony in reference to Director Marin and witness Bart Middleton, where both of them, in the records, show that there was fear and concern for their lives. Okay? So, Mr. President, we know that there's a tendency for ministers to exert undue influence in this process because the 90% of the applications that were presented that were incomplete. Testimony shows that it was because these people were afraid. Okay? The law is very clear, Mr. President, on what is the process to obtain a visa, what is the process to obtain a nationality, and then a passport. And there is no way under the laws, there's no legal way to get your visa, your nationality, and your passport in a matter of a few days or in a matter of a few weeks, as we have seen in the reports on countless occasions. That is the truth. That is the truth. So there was a culture of corruption from the very top to the very bottom. And what we saw, Mr. President, indicated that everybody knew about it and nobody for the most part did anything about it until this report from the Auditor General broke on these reports. And I'd like to thank the Auditor General and her team for the good work that they did. And I'd like to emphasize that all the former directors overwhelmingly accepted her recommendations. All of them, all right? Now, Mr. President, we have seen where nothing has been done by the police. The Auditor General has requested on many occasions that investigations be done. As far as I know, it's the police that should investigate, and that people be taken before through the proper processes to see where the system failed and who did not comply with the laws of our country. Ministry knew about it, and one director said they weren't focused on that at the time. They were focused on bigger things. So now we've made a report. Hopefully now the police said they were waiting on our report to act. Hopefully now we'll see some action. And hopefully we will continue, because I will grant that some reform came about, especially in the visa vetting committee and other things that have been done to try and strengthen the department. I have no way of knowing if the department has been, if all the ills of the department have been corrected. We haven't received any updated reports from any of the directors or anything like that. But testimony from Director Locke led us to believe that they were working on a lot of the things that, that needed to be worked on. And that is refreshing. But I hope, Mr. President, that after we've spent so much time in this Senate listening to the testimony, that we truly, again, we stress on the need for these institutions of oversight and the institutions that should ensure that we follow the law, that these institutions will step up to the plate so that the Belizean people can regain confidence in a lot of our departments and in a lot of our processes. One of the things that I have not seen and I have not heard of, I know we claimed that we were in the process of looking at a migration policy and that it was going to be a year, I don't know how much in the making. Well, much time has passed now, and we have stressed that that is something that really needed to be addressed from way back when. I don't know where we are on that. But we keep seeing people, names being published in this obscure publication called the Government Gazette. I kept saying that when people are being nationalized, they should be published in the local newspaper so that everybody could take a look at it. What percentage of our population reads and gets the Gazette? So I make that plea again, that as we continue to publicize these things as per law, that it be done in a widely published publication so that everybody could know. Mr. President, I hope that, and I would have hoped that we would have seen more laws come before this honorable House and Senate to correct those loops, because there are many, many holes, many dark areas that need to be covered. Again, I repeat, the Auditor General has made fantastic recommendations at each section of a report, and she has many sections in each of the 3 reports. And all of them have, and I took the time during the hearings to go through all of those recommendations to make sure that the former directors and the present directors agreed. And they did. Overwhelmingly, 99.9% of them. A couple of them had already been addressed or were in the process of being addressed. So it would be a travesty if we do not see that her recommendations are taken seriously into consideration. Of course, we know there's a track record of her recommendations being ignored, because she has made a lot of fantastic recommendations in all of her reports. And every year, we see many of those recommendations being repeated every time we read a new report. And I would hope that when we see another report coming from that or on those departments, that we don't see the same recommendations over again. Mr. President, because of the lack of a clear migration policy or strategy, what we have seen is the social landscape, the business landscape, the cultural landscape, and the criminal landscape in our country change. We encourage a particular type of migration that many believe, one was unexplainable. Even the leader of government business said in his testimony that he doesn't understand how they'll ever get a return on investment on their investments. We brought in a certain type of investor that a lot of people say Belizeans could have done the things that they have done. Did we really need cooks? Did we really need shopkeepers? Did we really need retail outlets, retail stores? Had we focused on bringing in energy? Had we focused on bringing in industry? Had we focused on bringing in technology that these people from these countries have? we would have had jobs for people who would have been more productive, who could have been exporting more. But what we did was we focused on growing at a ridiculous rate. Only the distributive sector, with very little focus on industry, on production of goods and services that we can use for export, or production of goods and services that we could use to import substitute. And that would be labor intensive, for example, because we know we had a high unemployment while all of this was taking place. Yet we were bringing in persons that we had an excess capacity of people with that need in our country. I'm talking about the migration policy that needs to be addressed, that was not addressed. Okay? The truth needs to be told, and whether we don't like it or not, we need to listen to it. Mr. President. So I look forward still to a comprehensive migration policy. I look forward to the day when we can once again travel and not be afraid that people are going to scrutinize your passport. I remember clearly when I flew through Germany. I was pulled aside. No explanation was given. They took my passport. I stood on a side. They went away with it. I waited for 20 minutes. They come back, thank goodness, and they sent me on my way. But one has to wonder. And it was at the same time at that scandal, when our passports were being found with people in Canada and all over the place. This was a major black eye to our nationality. It's a major black eye to our reputation, to our country. And we need to restore that credibility, man. We need to restore that credibility, right? And I agree, this is not something we gone bad only over 12 years. It started before that. But we should have fixed it. Not make it new and improved and worsen it, because that's what we did. That's what we did. We knew that there were things that needed to be reformed. We knew that there were processes that needed to be visited. We knew that there were systems that was failing. We knew that there were abuses. And we did nothing. We were getting reports all the way up to cabinet on what was happening. Prime Minister issued pleas invoking the name of God. And it wasn't until this report, or these reports from the Auditor General came out, that then, thank goodness, the Senate decided we were allowed to have an investigation because of the public outcry and the public pressure. And I congratulate the Belizean people for making that outcry. Because if this Senate should really play its role, we need to have more investigations. We need to have more hearings. And we need to have people in this Senate that understand the role that we play, that understand the role that we can play in making our democracy better and stronger. We in here, our Constitution gives us that authority. Right? Perhaps one day we will not be said to be only a rubber stamp. So I encourage colleagues that have not read the report. I thank the chairman for giving us the first draft of the report. I think he did a decent job. I thank the members of the committee that sat on it. We never agreed all the time on everything, but I think at the end of the day, we came out with a fairly objective report. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I encourage the Belizean people to read it. I encourage the Belizean people to read it. I encourage the media to read it. So we can learn, and so we can begin to participate in this democracy, in strengthening those things that we need to strengthen in our democracy, Mr. Chairman. Belize will be all the much better for it when we begin to do those things. Thank you.
Senator Bennett. Yes, sir.
Mr. President, thank you. The motion before us is for the adoption of the report from the Senate Special Select Committee on the investigation into the Immigration and Nationality Department for the period 2011-2013. I'm not going to be long, Mr. President. The experts are here, but I can just say these few words for the record. I can remember that period in time. It was a nightmare for this country. And if I'm supposed to elaborate much more than I had planned to, I think I'll become very emotional, because this was a scandal that is still very sore in the heart and the souls of the Belizean people. Belizeans still remember and are still hurted by this situation or by this level of corruption. And this report is just removing the scab. And I hope that when the Belizean public can get their hands on it, Mr. President, that we can really and truly call for the measures and activate, as Belizeans, the measures that are needed. Yes, some has gone into place, but we need measures that will safeguard our nationality. Belizeans must reach to that point where we can say we have zero tolerance for this kind of corruption and any type of corruption by ministers or by public officers. Those are my comments.
Attorney General.
Thanks, Mr. President. Mr. President, we didn't have to. You know, Senator House, our leader of government business, likes to say that one of the difference between the UDP and the PUP is that we are not ever hesitating about bringing things to the public whenever, wherever. I never interrupt you when you're ready to talk.
Senators.
Not that much definitely interrupt,
Senators.
but I didn't interrupt you. We always bring our stuff to the public, whether it may appear to be good or it may appear to be bad. We didn't have to table this. We could have kept it tucked away, but that's not who we are, and that's not what we do. The report was finished. Senator Salazar said that he was prepared to table it, so we table it. We debate it and let the chips fall where they may. That's the UDP way. If it were the PUP, they would never table this 3 months before an election. But that's not what we do. We bring it forward and we debate it for the world to see. And after the report is tabled and passed and adopted, it will be passed to the DPP and to the police. You don't have to come like you're some Pied Pipers calling for things and calling for justice and all kinds of things. To be tabled, that's the purpose of it being adopted. So that's the difference between us and them. No matter what a report says, we bring it forward. We have a contract, we bring it forward. There's not a secret about our government. We put it on the table. And that you always have to give us credit for. You put it on the table, you take your licks, you make your presentations, that's it. We don't hide. No. Senator Lizarraga spoke about passing through Germany and being detained or being delayed. Why you have to make an imputation that it may be because of your passport? It could have been because of you, not your passport. Why blame the passport? And it's little slights like that, unnecessary little punches to try and shame your own country to make a political point, just to make a point. You have to shame your country of a story we don't know if it really happened for you. But you have to say it, because then even if I have to try and shame Belize, to try and shame the UDP, that's what he'll do. But that's their style. And that's how they operate. And that's what they do. The ministers who testified in that Senate inquiry, and I'll say one thing about this. Ministers make recommendations all the time. But let me talk to you and school who needs to learn this. Those of you who don't occupy ministerial positions and only wish to do so and think you know everything. Let me teach you something. As a minister and a policymaker, you want to get something done through your ministry, whether immigration, national security, ageism ministry, whatever. And you say, I want this done. I want A, B, C done. You have a CEO who is the accounting officer. Every ministry has a finance officer and an administrative officer. And I don't know of any ministry that has a finance officer and an administrative officer who is not a permanently established employee. What does that mean? Instead of learning the system of government, you come here and try to imply that ministers threaten people with murder and all kinds of foolishness. And that somehow public servants at that senior level are so intimidated and so bullied by ministers that it's absolutely ridiculous. Ridiculous. That's not how it works. Because public servants who are permanently established at a certain level do not have to do what a minister says. I've been told no many times, Minister, I know what you want, but you can't do it that way. If you want that, you have to do it this way. And then you know what? We go and do it that way. Minister, I know we need a printer because the one in the office is bad, and I know you want to buy one today, but that's not how you buy a printer. You do it this way and that way and that way. And as much as it grieves me to have to wait a week for a computer because you need signatures, that's the system. There is nothing in the law that I can do to force them to get that printer now. Nothing. No matter how much I try to intimidate them. Because some of the same permanently established ones will tell you they want to fire you before they fire me. I could tell you that. Because those people in high responsible positions in the government can't be fired by any minister. The only people who can dismiss them is the Public Service Commission. And the most difficult thing to do is to get the Public Service Commission to dismiss a permanently established employee. So we don't know who to talk about. Learn before you talk foolishness in the Senate. So no minister can tell any senior government employee, you must break the law, and because of some fear of the minister, they break the law to do something illegally, especially with passports. The minister can recommend anything he or she wants, the minister can recommend. But the public servant will tell you right away, Minister, that's not possible. That's not possible. Because you need this. These are the qualifications. This is the criteria. And that's when you say, well, I only recommended it, but if you don't qualify, you don't qualify. I want to dismiss this foolishness that somehow you have a bunch of public officers who are so scared of ministers. That's not true. I haven't seen one who's scared of me. For what? I have no authority to dismiss them or discipline them in any way. So where does this come from? Just to try and cast some aspersion on the minister? Be quiet, I'm speaking, you don't like
No, man,
that.
Attorney General, not that. I do that. Do not
You're not
refer to
doing it,
him.
Mr. President.
Senate,
With due respect.
AG, we just want to get through this. Do not, because it'll invite a response.
So all I'm saying, Mr. President, as one of the ministers who testified in this report, in the hearing, a recommendation is just a good suggestion. I want so-and-so to get a visa. I write to you, but if you can't get it, you say no. Where is it? Where is the overriding authority by the minister in that system? Where? As dealing with the accounting officer, finance officer, administrating officer, where is the overriding ministerial authority that supposedly exists? There is none. None that I know about. And two of my CEOs remind me that on a daily basis. So stop spreading this insinuation that ministers threaten people with murder. People are afraid of their lives if they don't follow a ministerial directive. It's a dangerous and irresponsible narrative. And it is something that should stop. You talk about decency and proper behavior. And man, listen to me. You all really need to stop this foolishness. The report is out. It will be handed to the DPP. It will be handed to the commissioner. The DPP is a constitutionally created office. She's appointed for life. And myself, as the Attorney General and her Minister of National Security, can instruct her who to prosecute or not prosecute. It's totally within her purview. So there is a means within our system for if any crimes are detected in that report, for that report then to be investigated by the DPP and bring charges if necessary. And the Auditor General's report. Talk about some fantastic report. Nothing fantastic about the report. Littered with mistakes and misinformation. When the report first came out, I had to take her to court. Because I signed a recommendation for William Lindo. Same William Lindo, who is the attorney at law in Belize. For him to get his passport as a member of the House. She put in the document, I was not a member of the House, so I didn't have the authority to recommend him for a passport. When the Constitution clearly says that the Speaker of the House is a member of the House by virtue of being Speaker. So I had to sue her and take her to court. She had to admit she was wrong, and before her inquiry even started, she had to read a statement apologizing to me for putting in an erroneous and an irresponsible piece of information in an audit report. So that talk about no fantastic report. All of a sudden, no one just love the Auditor General. You are claiming to love her now because she's saying something that you think will further your political agenda, not because you so love the report. We have a report. The report has been done. The report has been compiled. And it will be produced for the public. Let the DPP look at it there and stop trying to quote from the report thinking that you're revealing some big, great secret. It will be made for the public. Let the DPP and the police investigate it and stop trying to win cheap political points out of a report. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Smith.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just had to rise to make a few comments on the report. As a member of the committee, I don't think it's for me to debate the report, but just for me to, as I said, make a few comments. I think one of the things that we seem to be forgetting is that what should be is different from what is. And so when we sat in these hearings and we listened to all of these persons who work within that ministry, came before us and testified before us as to what was happening and what they were experiencing as employees, I don't see how we can stay here and dismiss those persons' testimonies. Added to that is the fact, Mr. President, that the recommendations, if you will, that were given by the Auditor General in her report, those persons who sat before us all said that they supported those recommendations of the Auditor General. And so, in my view, as a member of that select committee who sat and listened to those testimonies, I know that what is in our report, and it's our report because we all agree to it, is not anything that we made up, but they were based on testimonies that we received and the report. And so as a member of that committee, I have to support the report because I agree with it, but I want to just reiterate the point that what we have in that report is what came before us as testimonies, and we accept those testimonies, including that of the Auditor General. And I thought that we all did an excellent job in working together. The chairman, as was said before, did the draft, and we offered our input, even though the media and some persons out there would be saying differently with regards to the union senator and my contributions. Nonetheless, we made our contributions and we ended up agreeing that what is presented today would have been what all of us accepted. And so I am proud of the job that we did, and I want to thank all of my colleagues and the chairman who worked on that report to have it presented here today. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Zabani.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. Mr. President, I will not be too long because we've covered a lot already. But I thought I think it's important to read one section of the report on page 158 that I think it's valuable to highlight. And then I'll make some comments after, with your permission. But even before I do that, please let me thank everybody who worked so hard to produce the report. There's a lot in there, and I hope that the Belizean people will take time to read through it carefully. There's so much we can learn from this experience, and hopefully it will make for a better country going forward. So I'll quote this section. It says, "Given the nature of what we have seen from the Auditor General's report and the testimony before the committee, we are left with no doubt that there were corrupt forces operating within and around the Immigration Department. It is undeniable that the department was in serious need of attention. There is evidence that this situation was allowed or perhaps encouraged to fester under the period of stewardship of Minister Elvin Penna." I think in a sense that captures a lot of what the report speaks to in terms of its findings in terms of all the testimonies that were given here in this Senate. And some of the lessons that I take away and that I would like to share is that, first of all, we're dealing with a situation of corruption, of corrupt activity. That is what all this effort was all about. It was about to investigate corrupt activity and to try and make recommendations going forward in an effort to improve our country, which is what the Belizean people has been demanding. We have in our Constitution a section on Code of Conduct. I don't know that many other constitutions have such a section, but we do. And I'll just read very briefly, with your permission, Mr. President. It says, "The persons to whom this section applies shall conduct themselves in such a way as not to do the following 6 things. A, to place themselves in positions in which they have or could have a conflict of interest. B, to compromise the fair exercise of their public or official functions and duties. C, to use their office for private gain," which I think is really very much pertinent to what we're discussing today. D, to demean their office or position. E, to allow their integrity to be called into question. Or F, to endanger or diminish respect for or confidence in the integrity of the government. Part 2 of it speaks to who this applies to. It said this section applies to the Governor General, members of the National Assembly, members of the Belize Advisory Council, the Security Services Commission, members of the Judicial and Legal Services Commission, the Public Services Commission, members of the Election and Boundaries Commission, public officers, officers of statutory corporations and government agencies, and such other officers as may be prescribed by law enacted by the National Assembly. So, in our Constitution, there is the very high expectation of persons working in government generally to behave in a certain way. Not supposed to use your office for private gain, create conflict of interest, to demean the integrity of government. And I think this effort here has exposed activities that have violated our Constitution by particular persons. And there were some public officers who stood up and spoke out. You've heard, for example, Senator Shabat quote them and other of our colleagues here. Ms. Marin or Ms. Lack, for example, it's in the report what they said. So we have had a few people who were able to stand up under inquiry and expose these things. We have to give them kudos, commend them for that, because those are the types of things that will make our democracy stronger. Passports, visas. As my colleague just mentioned, when this was being reported, it felt like our country was sort of a brothel, selling out our birthright like this. I think that goes across the spectrum, whether you're UDP, PUP, whatever it is. There was that hurt feeling that we had for what has transpired. And so everybody who has worked here to get us to a better place, I want to commend those efforts, because we must do that. I know that you yourself, Mr. President, you have mentioned the need for whistleblowers legislation that will protect people who will come out and speak under any administration, to expose these kinds of activities. All of us who are seeking, people who are seeking office, need to understand what it is that the law says about our conduct and our integrity. You don't just jump into politics because you want to be a minister, or you want to have a title, or you want to have power. You're going there to serve the people, and you must behave in a certain way. And we must make these kinds of mechanisms work for the benefit of the people. It is our job to make these mechanisms work. I'm not sure if it is helpful to attack the Auditor General for her report. If there are errors in there, fine, we can point those out. But we have over 600 pages here that have helped us to get where we are today. This is the basis for which we had the inquiry, right here. So I want to commend, on the other hand, the Auditor General and her team for the work that they did, because this is important for us. Look at the size of this volume here. Huge volume. And it is just touching a couple of years, just 2011 to 2013. Just a couple of years. So we would want to encourage more of these things to occur, as Senator Lizarraga said earlier. Not less, but more. So that we could expose these kinds of things, and so that we can instill fear, if you wish. Not ministers to public servants, but our institutions to people who want to serve in this country, that we have systems in place that will work, that when you do these kinds of things, you will be caught and you will pay the consequences of it. That is what we must have. But people continue to do it. People continue to do these things, and the Belizean people are not satisfied. So it is not in here that we will determine what the Belizean people will do, but it's our duty to try to make sure that these systems, when we identify weaknesses, that we improve them. This is critical, Mr. President, and I leave encouraged that we have made a step forward here, that we will continue to make these steps forward, because that is what the Belizean people demand of us. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Holtz. Sorry.
Oh,
Chairman. Sorry. Senator Holtz.
Thank you.
You were going to wrap up. Well, I'll do Senator Holtz before you finish.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank colleagues. First of all, let me thank the committee, the select committee, for producing the report and laying it before the Senate. Before I demit this office, I would have regretted to be out there and listen to a debate on a report for a period in which I was involved to a certain extent, and not be able to say and make some clarifications. So I thank you all for getting this report here. Let me try to see if I could start at the top. Sometime in 2013, Prime Minister called me and said he would appoint me as the Minister of Immigration. And he moved the portfolio from the then Ministry of National Security to the Ministry of Labor, Local Government, etc. I said to him, I am overworked with 10 departments and 1 CEO. He says, man, you could handle it. But you have Minister Elvin Penna as Minister of State with full functional responsibility for immigration under the Director, Ms. Ruth Mean. Quite frankly, I don't like that arrangement, and I still don't like that arrangement, but it is the constitutional arrangement that we have. It is the arrangement of the leader of the party, the Honorable Prime Minister, and the consensus of the cabinet. So it is what it is. Under Section 59 of the Interpretation Act, the minister then had the authority to delegate to the minister fully those responsibilities. Fast forward to 2016, after the election, when the Prime Minister once again said to me, you will retain the portfolio of immigration, but it is going to be fully, functionally under the authority of Minister of State Bev Williams Castillo. But he went a little further to say we will make sure, doubly sure, and we're not only going to use Section 59 of the Interpretation Act, we're going to go to Parliament to get laws passed to give her such powers. And this Honorable Senate passed those laws to delegate those powers completely to Minister of State Bev Williams Castillo. And she was given her own CEO, like all the ministers of state. So while I retain an overall name, so to speak, the functions of the Immigration Department has come fully under her, including the power to sign statutory instruments. But I will go back to this period. During this period, the first indication that there was some difficulty came when it was reported by Channel 7 of somebody in Mexico found to have had a fraudulent passport. Under Ms. Main, I quickly asked to look into it, and it turned out it was one William Dick who had died. But there was an old lady as a justice of the peace who had signed the form. And I recognized that that is a tremendous weakness. So we sought about in the department with the CEO to revise the subsidiary legislation with respect to who would recommend, and moved it from one single justice of the peace to a cadre of persons in both categories A and B. Category A being persons we considered were private sector, so to speak, and category B, public sector, or vice versa. But the idea was you had two recommenders, and we tried to ensure the good old term of people of integrity, heads of departments, members of National Assembly, we're all called honorable. You looked at teachers and all those sorts of people who would have something to lose and you'd think would have some integrity. The justice of the peace community railed that we had railroaded them and taken away their power, but we included them in the mix as well. And you know what happened? A lot of teachers and justice of the peace and other people began to sign things for people they did not know. They began to do that. So how you win in this game? That was the first intervention. And then one day, lo and behold, thank goodness I was acting foreign minister when a report came from the foreign ministry that Taiwan, our embassy there, was asking about a certain gentleman who purportedly was a Belizean citizen in jail there, and the South Korean government was looking for him and he wanted some protection. Thank goodness it came to me. I said, well, first of all, immigration, let me see the file. Let me see how this man is a Belizean citizen, because before we even begin to think about dealing with a Belizean citizen, we have to make sure he's a Belizean citizen. That's where the Kim Wong thing started. That's where it started. I took it immediately to the Honorable Prime Minister, and I will say until I die, it took us 2 clear days. We locked down immigration. Ms. Marin, CEO Saldiva, myself, we locked down immigration, and we went through great details to see how this came about. And the Prime Minister summoned Minister Penna. That was the only cabinet meeting I ever missed, was the Tuesday in that investigation. And the Wednesday, Minister Penna was out of that cabinet. Not out of the House, because the Prime Minister had no authority to put him out, but he was out of the executive. You can't criticize that. You can't question that. And everybody could say what they want, but he was an elected representative. And then there was moves to remove him from the division and all that. That's a separate series of activity. But he was not in that cabinet, because I would not have served in a cabinet with that kind of thing. And so we took full charge of the department. It became a nightmare with these things. But what we set out to do, a motion was brought to this very Senate by Senator Lisa Schumann, my good learned colleague. And I said at the time, and there was a big noise, I must recluse myself, all sorts of things. I wear those things with no pain and regret. But I said we need an investigation, but we need a report from the audit because the Senate has no capacity to do this. You need something to work with. That is how we got the audit report. And under section C, because she had moved it under the wrong section of investigations, and I said, once the report come out, we have no problem with the investigation. And then of course there was a hue and cry that you can't be on it. I didn't want to be on it. Not been good if I was on it though. Anyway, I'll point out some serious weaknesses with how it went. So the investigation proceeded, but what did we do? We did not wait. We brought several bills to this House. January the 6th of 2014, we brought a bill to this House to create a nationality committee. What was that nationality committee? It was a committee made up of persons completely outside the control of any minister of government, including the Prime Minister, who would determine whether a person should become a citizen of this country. It took us 8 months to form because we could not get the social partners to fully agree on its composition. You know what I did? I asked them to appoint their people. There's somebody from the Belize Chamber sitting on that, right, Senator? There's somebody from the union sitting on that. There's somebody from the churches sitting on that. And there is all the public officers sitting on that. They are the ones who decide who becomes a Belizean and who doesn't. No minister can override that in any way. We don't even know who is applied, but it went further. It said that when you apply, your name must first be published in the Gazette. Why is that? Because I thought, just like getting married, you're marrying into my society. And when you come in, it's not a secret. When you got married, I'm sure there was bands or somebody knew because you can't secretly married. So everybody have to know. So that if I had to look for sneak and go married somewhere, one Mrs. House, one no, and then all hell one broke loose. You have to make it public. So we thought if you're going to join this society, make it public. So, and there's been criticism about why not in the newspaper, but in which newspaper? So you put it in the Reporter, and then you got problem. You put it in the Belize Times, then you got some other problem. You put it in the Guardian. So the Gazette is the official publication of the government. And the same way they take out births and deaths and marriages, if the media is so concerned and so on top of this, they could take this out and publish it. It's in every Gazette. And so, that is the first requirement. But when the committee meets and the committee is satisfied, it's published again. So the public knows, okay, now Godwin House, who lives at this street, etc., is now a citizen. Can't get more transparent than that, man. And even if it was not done, it can be done now that I look forward to all the newspapers, their mandala and everything, publishing those names, man. Just like they publish births, deaths, and marriages. It's in the Gazette, it's official. So that committee functions and functions well. I don't know when the meetings are held, and I don't care, and I don't want to know. But we went further, We swear people in, because the law says you are not a citizen until you take the oath. Something that we have missed completely. Oh, this one get nationality and that one get that, without being swearing. And how is the swearing in happen? It happens in the public. There is a public swearing in of everybody, and their names are called, the media is invited, and it's public and open, just like your marriage, just like your wedding ceremony if you got it. So those things are there. All of that is a structure to becoming a citizen of this country. Then we created the visa vetting committee. That one is even stiffer, because that one is only the relevant CEOs sit on that, and they meet, and nobody can override that. Why was that? Because prior to all this mess, there was no visa law, It simply said you had a visa. It was what was brought over from the British system. And you used to get a wet stamp, and if there was no consular representative for Belize in the country, you got it through the British consul. People have to understand that. And I have said repeatedly, and I will say again without apology, the problem is not people coming to this country with a visa, The Chinese paid at that time $2,000 a visa. So if the whole of China had come, we wouldn't have to work for 900 years. All of us could have gotten 1.5 billion times 2,000 US dollars. Do the math. We'd have run down everybody. So I never care who visit, because the law is clear who can visit. And let me just quickly run through it because everybody wants to go home. It says, subject to Section 2.3 of the Act, the following persons are prohibited immigrants. Any person who is likely to enter Belize to become a charge on public funds by reason of infirmity of body or mind or ill health, or who is not in possession of sufficient means to support himself and such of his dependents as he shall bring with him, that person is prohibited. Well, this one is really offensive, and this one went to the CCJ. There was a guy, I think his name was Tomlinson, who took it to the CCJ, and the CCJ ruled that this portion was unconstitutional, but we have not amended it, even though the LBGT team has asked that we please amend it. It says, any idiot. No, that's not an acceptable term, but these are laws from the British. We copy it. This is 1963. Any idiot, any person who is insane or mentally deficient, any person who is deaf and dumb, or deaf and blind, or dumb and blind, unless in any such case he is or is accompanying, somebody is accompanying him and gives security to the satisfaction of the Director of Immigration and Nationality for his permanent support in Belize or for his removal therefrom whenever required by the Director. Goes on, any person certified to be by a medical practitioner to be suffering from a communicable disease, which makes his entry into Belize dangerous to the community, COVID-19. Just said that. So no, we got that in the law, you know. Any stowaway, any prostitute or homosexual, or any person who may be living in or receiving or may have been living or receiving the proceeds of prostitution or homosexual behavior. That one was challenged. The children under the age of 16, any member of a class of persons deemed by the minister on economic grounds or on account of standards of habits of life to be undesirable. Any person who, from information or advice which in the opinion is minister is reliable, informed, or advised, is deemed by the minister to be undesirable immigrant or inhabitant or a visitor to Belize. And it goes on. There are about 4 or 5 others, and time is going. The point I'm making is those are the reasons for denying a visa. That is the guide for the immigration department. So when somebody says, Jack wants to visit Belize, please see if you could help him, the authority is there to see if that person meets or doesn't meet that criteria. But then it goes, notwithstanding anything to the contrary contained in this act, the minister may exempt any person from the provisions of paragraph A to G or subsection I of this section. That includes the homosexual thing. The minister may exempt. And he goes on and says, no appeal shall lie against a decision of the minister in regard to any of the persons mentioned in paragraphs G, H, and I of this subsection. And then there is one point which I want to reiterate, because the Auditor General said that I, as the minister at the time, did not have or should not have instructed anybody. First of all, I did not instruct. There was one single case only where a Belizean came, and he was a Belizean of Asian descent, came and said, I have 2 potential investors in the energy department. And he produced some credentials to show that they had to do with energy. The good senator just said we should look to those kind of people, and all they were doing is visiting Belize. You think I saw him by myself? Me never do that, you know. I have wide open door and I never see anybody myself. CEO came in, Director Marine came in, Director Marine at the time was acting, Miss Ruth Main, who was the director, came in. The secretary came in. And I said, this gentleman wants to bring 2 potential investors in energy to look around Belize, see what is required, and if they meet all the conditions, then you may facilitate. Those were the words. I wrote it. But I can tell you what Section 4 says. It said, notwithstanding anything contained in the Act, the minister may prohibit or permit the entry of any immigrant into Belize. So I was well within my rights to do that, and I did not say...
I hear you, but I mean, it's a little bit disruptive.
And so I did not, it was well within my right to do that. But notwithstanding that, so we've moved to the Visa Vetting Committee. You know what the Visa Vetting Committee does? it and it alone admits or refuses people, no matter how they appeal. In fact, there were some people coming here some time ago, a couple of years ago, who were asking if they could be relieved of the fees because they were charitable institutions, or from a charitable institution. You know what the cabinet said? The Visa Vetting Committee, how we can override. So those structures are in place. But here is the clincher. Here's the clincher, Mr. President. There is no way in the regulations, because it is not about visas, it was about nationality. Any and everybody can visit Belize as long as they don't violate any of those things. And they pay the fee, no matter who recommend them. But it was nationality. And how you get nationality? There were only 2 ways to get nationality in this country. 2 ways, only 2. There's 4 ways to becoming a citizen. The first is to be born on the soil, a provision I don't agree with, but that's a whole other debate. But if you're born on the soil, you are a Belizean. Just solely, I think is the Latin term. You're born of Belizean blood. That one I agree with. Just sanguine, not the Latin, right? Yes, sir. And you are, those 2 make you a citizen. When you are born of the blood, they call that descent. You don't get nationality. Section 25 is crystal clear. It says, any person born of Belizean parents is a citizen at the date of his or her birth. So all the immigration does is affirm that in fact one of your parents is a Belizean and you are then granted. Done. So those are the 2 ways that we become a citizen.
AG man. Yes, but it's kind of disruptive because I'm trying to listen to what he's saying. But I can't hear a good one. I got a headache one. Okay.
There are the 2 ways now that you can become a citizen. So those first 2 cannot be repealed. Once you are of the blood or you're of the soil, that's it for you. That is where vital statistics you have to take care of. And I know that the Honorable Minister has been trying there because you have to make sure people are born on the soil. The problem with that I have is people pop over the border, got a baby. Baby is a citizen. Under the conventions that we signed, we don't separate mother and child. We are not President Trump. So we can't do that. So the mother has a kind of anchor into Belize, whether came here illegal or not. That is a problem. But it is what it is. The other 2 ways you become a citizen, Mr. President, is you by registration or by marriage. If you're married to a Belizean, you immediately are legal, immediately. The Auditor General challenged that man, but the law is crystal clear. And I want to say that there's the Director of Immigration, the same director who gave testimony here, objected to that, but you can't object to the law. The AG will recall that we wrote her and said, Madam, the law is clear from the date of marriage, man. Please. I don't like it too, because I know that all kind of fake thing happen. In fact, I went following a case completely, and let me tell you, because this is open discourse, the Prime Minister said, Honorable Minister, he said, there is no law that say I have to cohabit. So I done there. Married, properly married by marriage officer, got the certificate, date of marriage. And the last one is by registration. That's the one that created the most problem for us. Because, Mr. President, you will recall, the law at the time said ordinarily resident. And ordinarily resident was expanded and turned around and twisted, and the now deceased great eminent attorney, Mr. Gian Gandhi, wrote the Immigration Department describing what is ordinarily resident. You know what we have since done, Mr. President? We have changed it again right here to become permanent resident. So now if you're not a permanent resident, you don't even try apply. So that this business of playing around with your passport and when you may enter, when you never enter is mute. Because you have to be a permanent resident for 5 years, and it's stiff to be a permanent resident in Belize, trust me. Can't even leave the country for 2 weeks because you lose the status and you have to start again. And you get the permanent resident after you're here, you can apply. So that a 6 All of those changes we've put in. But it got even tougher on that. To be able to get the permanent resident first and then move towards the citizenship, you have to fulfill a number of criteria. We brought that law right here. So that is an additional strengthening of the process, because the core of this matter is who you make a citizen, because from a citizen then you jump to a passport. But this is where we missed in the investigation. There was a lot of focus on ministers recommending visas. The focus should have been on the recommenders for the nationality, because the law says those recommenders have to be Belizeans, they have to be born here, and they have the Belizean passport. And those were the ones that should have been called to say, how on earth you say, you know Mr. Darrell Bradley for the last 5 years? Because it's a crime. There's penalty for that. And we strengthen those penalties now too. The penalty is 15 years and $50,000. But that's the ordinary person out there. No, Minister. It's the ordinary person. 2 of them that say, I know you. I know you. Those are the ones who should have put through the mill to say how you know that person and from where. No matter whom we recommend. Because it is on those 2 recommendations that the nationality progressed. On that process. And then, so let me go a little further now and pack this up. Finally, we changed again after we found out that there were issues with the justice of the peace. We changed that again, and now, Mr. President, the person who signs for you has got to certify that they know you. They have got to produce their passport. Their passport can be cancelled if it turns out that that was false, and they have the penalty of the 15 years and the 5,000. And that's any ordinary person. You could come to me, because I could say, I am guaranteed that I know you for the last 5 years. I could swear on that. I guarantee I know the Honorable Senator for the last 5 years. I could swear on that. And that's how much more strengthening we have put in that. In addition to that, I must commend the subsequent directors of immigration, because they are people who have tried to uphold this impeccably, and under the guise of their CEO, Mr. Zuniga. But I want to wind back before this period, because I take complete and total objection to the fact that anybody in that immigration department will say that they were afraid, when I made it crystal clear to them, even though I was not the functional minister, but I was the senior minister, that if anybody, including the Prime Minister, instructs you to do something that's wrong, you come to me. They knew that. Every single one of them knew that. In fact, there was a particular case when I was coming from the north, and it was a rainy evening, when the director of immigration called me and said, Minister Penna had some people at the airport that they were going to turn back because they did not meet certain criteria. And he was insisting that they be landed. I said, Director, then going back. Because I'm not afraid of anybody. I'm not anybody's puppet, and I'm not beholden to, and the law must be upheld, man. So I don't buy that at all. They were trembling and terrified. They could have come to me. They could have come to me, just like they can come to me now, even though I don't have the full functional responsibility. I have all the authority, but I don't act there. They could come to me, man, if there's a difficulty. And that is why the Prime Minister had given me, because he knew that. So in winding this up, Mr. President, I want to make one final statement. In terms of prosecution, and I've heard out there persecution, we don't persecute. That is the days of sometimes we prosecute. All prosecutions under this Act and regulations, this is section 42, who may institute prosecutions. The law says all prosecutions under this Act and regulations made hereunder shall be made by the Director of Immigration and Nationality Services, or by the Senior Immigration Officer, or by any other person authorized in writing by the Director of Immigration and Nationality Services. So when asked why the Minister doesn't push it, please don't forget that if the Minister were ever to say, go after that one, then that's called ministerial interference. Then you are here, oh, but you never gone after that one. That is why the law is crystal clear who may institute prosecution. And it burns in my cross, so I will say it for the record. The teachers, when this investigation started, the second recommendation of the teachers' union was to remove Minister Hulse as Minister of Police, because it was thought, I hear, that I will not be fair. First, I never recluse myself, then on police. Man, as a man think it, so is he. But I was removed, you know. It burned me to my heart. Because I don't know anybody who could stand up in front of me or in front of anybody and say, that minister had did X, Y, and Z. I always thank my colleague here who can be brutal, you know, but he know we worked together for years. And when I was before the committee, nobody accused me because they can't. My point is, Mr. President, a lot of wrong happened. We knew a lot of wrong happened. We made our best efforts to try to correct them. The Immigration Department is functioning better than it ever functioned before, because from 1981 to 2014, nobody, no minister, made any effort to try to correct all the wrongs they knew. And I hate to call the name of deceased people, but then Minister Samuel's deceased, Minister of Immigration, and said, we went through this before. We went through this before, and there was no change, no recommendation, nothing happened. And it is definitely today 1,000% better than it had been before. And the office is functioning, it's clean, and the power to keep the correction resides with the public, man. That's why we publish the names. It resides with the public. Do your part to ensure that our family is safe, that nobody joins our family who should not join it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Salazar.
Mr. President, thank you. It's bittersweet, I suppose, for me to stand up today because I have been the public face of this committee for the longest time. My name has been dragged through the mud quite a bit, undeservedly so, and the members of the committee know that, and the record of this committee will show that. And I say bittersweet because I'm happy to put this chapter behind me, but it is bitter because I never thought, and I still don't think, that this inquiry was ever about trying to make things right. This inquiry to me was always about politics. And it continues even today, continues in this chamber, that we're consumed about political grandstanding, about trying to point the finger. Because you see, in 2016, the overwhelming cry came from the opposition. They wanted this inquiry, they wanted this inquiry, they wanted this inquiry. And from back when Honorable Lisa Schumann had moved a motion, as Senator Hulse has said, I think one was defeated and it came back and there was another debate, and we had a back and forth with the opposition as to the terms of reference, and we spent a lot of time trying to get to the bottom of that. And this is not a job that I certainly wanted. I never applied for it. It was given to me. So you see, it was something that the PUP asked for. But when the time came to chair the committee, it reminded me of the fable that I knew as a boy, the little red hen. Not I, said the cat. Who wants to chair the committee? Me, Senator Salazar, who they crucify for the sin of being UDP. Yet, during the time when this committee was, after the public hearings had finished, and this committee was in the process of writing its report, there were reasons which delayed this committee's report for many, many, many months, which had nothing to do with me. And the members of the committee know it. No, they know the reason why. And it's not for me to, I've never been that way. I've taken the heat for it, and I will continue to do so. But you see, during that time, now, when I started to chair this committee that the opposition had asked for, I marshaled the public hearings, I marshaled the deliberations of the committee. I was responsible after a time, not since the close of the hearing, after a time to prepare the draft. After more than a year of the close of the public hearings, that is when I became responsible of my own choice. Despite what the standing orders say, the clerk is here, the clerk knows exactly what transpired. I produced my draft for this report that the opposition wanted. My role would have been discharged at that point. I took it upon myself to incorporate changes into that draft. I never had to. Over the entire time that I have been receiving criticism for this report, if anybody from the opposition had stood up and said, let me chair it, let me prepare the report, I would have sat down and said, go ahead. But the responsibility was mine, and I was always going to deliver it. So now, after my report was dismissed in utero, because it was being criticized even before it was produced, my draft. It was being dismissed in utero. It was being called stillborn. Anyway, it was produced. I amended it. I marshaled the deliberations to try and present what we have here. It's a compromise, what we have here, really. It's a compromise because not everybody will agree with some of the things that are in there. And it's very minimal, some of the wording that we would not have agreed on. For example, I can say, and why I say this, because some of the same things are what are the headlines now today. The issue about, for God's sake, stop it. That was never presented in evidence before the committee. That came from television. We never did hear that as evidence before this committee. We got that from a television highlight. But all that said, as I said, reluctantly I took the chair of this committee. I didn't want it, but they gave it to me. I took it. I marshaled the proceedings. I marshaled it. I drafted the report. I made amendments to the report. Drove the tabling of the report. And now you will hear, when the report is now produced, you will hear, you see how they want to stay? You see what all the UDPs are up to? So I feel like it was a political gimmick to some extent. Because we get to clamor for something, refuse to lead it, criticize it the whole step of the way, and then jump up and beat your chest when the thing done. This is not about politics. And I've said it, this is not about politics. Because what we have in the report, what we have in the report is something that all of us should be concerned about as Belizeans. And as Senator has said, who spoke before me, as he has said, this is something that has been with us throughout administrations. And that is in the report, and I wrote that. It is something that has been with us throughout administrations. It is not something new. It is something that was created over many, many years. And there are changes, as the leader of government business has said. There are changes. So what I'd want to focus on is not politics, is not grandstanding, is not who do this, who do that. We need to focus on how we're going to improve what we can improve. And that is what I viewed as my primary role as chairman of the committee. Despite what was said about me and despite all of this disparaging remarks over the few years, I can say that the report and the robust part of the report, most of the report I can say, comes from my draft. We can do our work, share, compare. Despite everything that was said, my intention was to deliver an impartial report, a report that could assist this country, not further divide us. So I would want us to focus on what we can do in government to improve what we have. Because if all we're going to get from this 3-year-plus long process is going to be tidbits and highlight for the political campaign, we have achieved nothing. We've achieved absolutely nothing. What should not be lost are the recommendations, as Senator Salas has said, the recommendations in that report. There are many things that happen wrong across a long period of time, and we need to address them. So we should take away those recommendations and we should try and formulate bipartisan way of moving forward, not continuing to use the report to tear each other down. That's not the intent. And regardless of what anybody says, and regardless of all the criticism, I will say this: the driving force and the chair which has produced this report came from this side of government. And we should never lose sight of that. I'm not seeking to diminish the contributions of my colleagues, but I feel that a lot of that is going to be lost and has been lost even in this chamber. That this side of government drove the vehicle that the other side wanted and brought it across the finish line. We should not lose sight of that. That is a fact. You can gazette that. Thank you.
Honorable members,
I move that we adopt the Senate report.
Honorable members, that motion is referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Committee of the whole Senate on motions.
Honorable members, in accordance with Standing Order 68A, the Senate will now resolve itself into the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee, a committee of the whole Senate, to consider the motions referred to it, and the gallery will be cleared.
Public business, government business, motions.
I recognize the leader of government business.
Reappointment of Mrs. Deshan Arzu Torres as chairperson of the Integrity Commission, motion 2020. Mr. President, the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee has met and considered the reappointment of Mrs. Deshan Arzu Torres as chairperson of the Integrity Commission, motion 2020, and has agreed that it will return back to the Senate for adoption. I therefore move that the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is, now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable Senate, having perused the curriculum vitae of Ms. Deshan Arzu Torres and being satisfied that she is a fit and proper person to be reappointed as chairman of the Integrity Commission, hereby approves her reappointment as such for a further period of 2 years with effect from 1st June 2020. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the leader of government business.
Appointment of Mr. Esteban Pereira as chairman of the Elections and Boundaries Commission, motion 2020. Mr. President, the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee has met and considered the appointment of Mr. Esteban Pereira as chairman of the Elections and Boundaries Commission, motion 2020, and has agreed that it be returned back to the Senate for adoption. I therefore move that the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is, now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable Senate, being satisfied that Mr. Esteban Pereira is a person of integrity and high national standing, approves his appointment as chairman of the Elections and Boundaries Commission for a period of 5 years with effect from 8th July 2020 in accordance with the aforesaid provisions of the Belize Constitution. All those in favor kindly say aye. All those in favor kindly say aye. All those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. So call it no. You have to wait until the vote finishes.
Sorry, Mr. President. I asked for division.
Okay. Clerk, there's a division. But he can call the division now. The division has to be called after the vote. Pardon? Yeah, but in the case when you call the division, the government will never lose the motion. He is calling a division to check the accuracy of the vote. Pardon? Ordinarily, the government cannot call a division because the effect of the division is that the vote of the chairman, I called the vote incorrectly. You would never call a division because your vote would never fail.
A division has been called on the appointment of Mr. Esteban Pereira. Senator Godwin House.
Yes.
Dr. Senator Carla Barnett. Senator Michael Perifit.
Yes.
Senator Makario Coy.
Yes.
Senator Payal Gedwani. Senator Aldo Salazar.
Yes.
Senator Michael Shabat. Senator Isabel Bennett.
No.
Senator Louis Zabane. Senator Mark Helm Lizaraga.
No.
Senator Reverend Ashley Rock.
Yes.
Senator Elena Smith.
No.
Senator Elena Smith.
I said no.
No. Senator Osmani Salas.
Abstain.
Abstain.
The vote of the Senate is 7 in favor, 5 against, and 1 abstention. So the motion passes. I recognize the leader of government business. Sorry. I recognize the chairman of the Special Senate Select Committee.
Mr. President, the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee has met and considered the adoption of the report from the Senate Special Select Committee on Investigation into Immigration and Nationality Department for the period 2011-2013, and has agreed that it be returned back to the Senate for adoption. I therefore move that the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is, now therefore be it resolved that this Senate adopts the report from the Senate Special Select Committee on the Investigation into the Immigration and Nationality Department for the period 2011-2013. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the leader of government business.
Mr. President, I move that. Mr. President. Yeah. Mr. President, I move that the Senate do now adjourn.
Okay. I now recognize the Honorable Senator Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the opportunity to speak on an issue of national interest. We have spent quite a bit of time in the chambers today looking at two important offices and a very significant report that hopefully will give Belizeans reassurance that this type of corruption will not happen again. It's interesting at times how we tend to downplay certain things and expect that the public will just continue to accept governmental behaviors that are, of course, non-acceptable.
Senator.
In March of 2020, I came to the same chamber and just the same exact behavior as I sounded the alarm in this chamber, asking parliamentarians to pay attention to the COVID-19 that was lurking ahead of us. And I was told I was politicizing the issue. We now have experienced over the past months the grueling impact of COVID-19. And as a people, we are struggling to understand what the plan is in order to safeguard, in order to secure, in order to stabilize not just the economy, the health of the nation. Malnutrition is now a global concern. And not just as a result of COVID, but it's being exaggerated as a result of COVID. The United Nations report of Monday, July 13th, 2020 at 4:30 Eastern Time is indicating that there will be at least 132 million people hungry in this world by December 2020. Belizeans are no exception. If we, let me rephrase that, if as a ruling party we can pay attention to the cries of the people, we will definitely know that there is a need for more attention for the basic needs of the people to be delivered, and be delivered in a way, in a timely manner, where, for example, the pantry system needs to be refurbished or reevaluated so that the people can get what they need. It is a governmental responsibility. COVID-19 pandemic worldwide is intensifying the vulnerability and the inadequacies of the global world food systems. Belize is no exception. If we think down the road, for those of you who are in the ruling position right now, where the population will be as it relates to malnutrition, if we don't pay attention to the needs of the people, we will have a population that cannot even work and cannot contribute to the GDP. Yes, Mr. AG. Muscle dysfunction, cardiac and respiratory failures and arrests, gastrointestinal problems, decreased immunity, psychological effects, depression, suicide. I'm sounding the alarm now because we need to pay attention as parliamentarians. Again, I reinforce, when I came here in March, I alarmed that COVID-19 was here. And for the Belizeans to hear this now and to be alarmed even more, they are walking in their shoe right now. They are the ones that are getting the limited, if nothing at all, because their names are still posted in a registry where they're not getting the supplies that they need. The greatest effect of malnutrition, for those who you don't know, happens during development. And remember now, malnutrition is when you get a little bit more than what you need, or when you're eating more than what you're supposed to get. When our children are being deprived of healthy food choices, whether at school or at home right now as a result of the quarantine, this is a time when their brain are growing. And what we will see later down the road, the next 5, 10, 15 years, is a population that will not be able to function, not just physically, but mentally. And for those of you who don't know, poor malnutrition is related to crime and violence in this country. So for those of you who are hearing the cry and are really interested in the lives of Belizeans, I'm asking you to please consider the Belizean public first and foremost. The offices are important, the roads may be important, but definitely not right now. Please feed the Belizean people.
Honorable members, the question is that the Senate do now stand adjourned. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. You can claim a division. The Senate is now adjourned.